other members from around the county, both here and online. Good morning to you all. So as I said, our substantive item on the agenda this morning will be the budget scrutiny. You will have seen from the report that our comments will become part of Appendix 6, along with those of the Place and Resources Scrutiny, who are meeting tomorrow. We are tasked with reviewing and commenting on the budget proposals on issues which are relevant to the following areas: adults and housing, children and public health only. If you wish to discuss any other points, they must be raised at Place and Resources tomorrow. So, for example, we're not going to digress into car parking or anything along those lines. And I also say that if you are going to speak to the committee, can you please introduce yourself? Because it's very helpful for those listening online, as well as those that perhaps we don't see so often. We'd like to get to know you better, so we'd like to know who you are. So I've agreed that Aidan Dunn will give us a short introduction just to sort of set the scene. We have got a full suite of attendance from the Directorate Management teams and finance officers, so hopefully any questions that you have will be able to be answered. The way I intend to run this part of the meeting is that I will open the floor to non-members of the committee after the officer presentation. You'll have your opportunity to ask any questions at that point. And then I will hand it over to the committee, because that makes it clearer for the minutes about the recommendations from the committee. So we just have it very clear. Obviously, cabinet members, you'll have the opportunity to pitch in as and when required. But I do need to just do a little bit of housekeeping on the main agenda. Otherwise, George will kick me under the table. First one is apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies?
There's no apologies for absence, but just to say that Councillor Claudia Webb, who is a member of the committee, is attending online.
Lovely. Morning, Claudia. Just so you're aware, if and when you wish to speak, George is keeping an eye out for your raised hand so that we make sure you don't get missed.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 2 is declarations of interest from members of the committee. If you have any pecuniary or other registrable or non-registrable interest that is relevant to item on the agenda today. If you have nothing now, if it does become apparent, can you raise your hand as soon as you're aware, and we can then deal with it at that point? Is there anything at the current time?
I think I would just like to register that I am involved with the setting up of a main family hub in Sturminster Newton. So
can you tell everybody who you are?
Oh,
sorry.
For goodness sake. There are people listening online. Sturminster Newton, metropolis of Dorset.
Got that? So you've had circulated the minutes of the meetings held on the 24th of October and the 14th of November. Are you happy that I sign them at the end of the meeting as a true record? Thank you. Okay, public participation. Have we had any formal requests?
No.
And councillor questions? I don't believe we've had any formal councillor questions.
No.
Nope. I like these agendas. Okay, and do we have any urgent items?
No urgent items.
Okay, good stuff. So that takes us straight into the substantive item, which is the budget and medium-term financial plan strategy report. So, Aidan, having already started to introduce you, I'll hand over to you to give your overview. Thank you.
Overview. Thank you so much. So I'm Aidan Dunn, one of the senior officers at the council. I'm Exec Director for Corporate Development and in that context, Chief Finance Officer. So I'm conscious that the budget papers that you've got in front of you are extraordinarily complex and detailed. So I wanted to give a quick overview. So I'm going to talk for just a few minutes to give context about the process, how the budget's set, headline on the numbers. But in particular, when we look at adult and children's budgets, an issue that comes up time and time again, year on year on year, is about the volatility around demand. So if I may, I'm going to invite Paul and John just to speak for a couple of moments about their high cost budgets that have kind of moved over time and the historic position and the future projections. And I also want to say, whilst I'm presenting this, this is absolutely a team effort from across the organisation, from finance colleagues as well as service colleagues. And indeed, members have been involved in the preparation of this through various informal briefings as well. So this is a moment where we bring it all together. As I say, it's a complex business. So I just wanted to go right back to basics on the budget setting process. Our starting point for next year's budget is this year's budget. So we look at this year's budget and we look at those pressures we're experiencing this year. We know that we're already overspending this current financial year. Some of that overspend we need to address, some of it as in put extra funding in, some of it we can contain. So we have to, the first step of the budget setting process is to address those spend pressures that will go into next year. Secondly, we know that demand is going up. We know from our demographics, in particular around adults, that demand for our services and therefore the funding required is going to go up year on year. So we have to make an allowance for that in our budget process. John will talk about that as well. And then we also know that part of our continuous approach is to try and make the organisation more and more efficient and identify savings. So that gives us a starting point for the budget. And then during the course of the year and just before Christmas, ultimately, we get a sense from government about how much funding we're going to receive from government. We build that into our assumptions. We get a political steer on the approach to council tax, what level of council tax the administration would suggest that we budget for. So we bring that together as well. So we've built up our anticipated expenditure. It comes together with our planning assumptions about income coming in, and inevitably there's a gap, or there certainly has been for the last 15 years in local government. So that means that we do have to identify further savings and income. And this story is told throughout the budget setting paper. So we've been through that process. We've got in front of us a balanced budget, which we're going to test and explore today. But I just want to give you the quick headlines. So for next financial year, we are looking at a budget increase, an increase of funding of £39 million, which takes the budget up to £416 million. So there is more money going into the budget. But whilst there's £39 million new money, our assessment was that we'd actually need £83 million more. So clearly we felt that we needed more money than was available, and hence having to make those savings and efficiencies. So contained within the papers are details of the savings and efficiencies of £44.5 million, and they range from avoiding demand and initiatives to avoid demand, through to managing need differently, reducing the amount we spend on third parties, operating more efficiently as a council. So there's a target in there of around about £14.5 million of being more efficient as a council, and that's tied in with our Future Council Transformation Programme. So I'll just give you a quick sort of headlines on the budget there for you. So there is extra funding going in. So adults and housing, there's a £15 million going in because we're overspending this year, we need to make good for next year. There's an extra £3 million going into children's services, and then place and corporate we'll be looking at tomorrow. So these amounts are before we put in the £10 million of our Future Council Transformation savings. But nevertheless, more money going in. We also recognise that there's various risks to the organisation, so we've established a contingency budget, so essentially money in the budget that hasn't been purposed yet. So we've set aside £5 million there. And then one of the headline initiatives that we've seen from the government is around national insurance. So we think for our suppliers, there's a risk that we'll have to contribute to their national insurance contribution payments. So we've set aside some money for that. But also we're trying to build up our reserves because we've used our reserves a lot this year. So to do that, we need to make those savings. I talk about our future council savings of £10 million. And then finally, what does that mean for our residents? The proposed budget in front of you is a council tax increase of just under 3%, with a social care precept increase of around about 2%, just under 2%. So overall, a 5%, just under 5% increase. In the papers is this table, which shows the current budget, the proposed budget for next year, and the relative increases there. So you can see proposed increases in budget across the council that will be adjusted as our future council transformation programme goes across. So this is a sort of quite a difficult message. There's more money going in, there's more demand, there's more money going into the budget, but we still have to make savings. So it's quite a complicated picture. No doubt you'll wish to explore that. So, Chair, if I may, I'd like to hand over now to John Price. John, there you are, John. Just to talk briefly about adults, which is the history of demand for adults, because it's one of the most volatile budgets we've experienced over the years.
John, would you like to come to the table at the end,
Yes,
so that we can all
Yeah.
see you, and therefore you're more inclusively part of the committee?
Hi everyone, so I'm John Price, I'm the Executive Director for Adults, Health and Housing. Pick up this point. I will bring Julia, Mark and Andrew in shortly as well, directors for those areas.
You speak up a little bit.
Can everyone hear me? No. Okay. So this graph, I think, sort of sets out well the challenges that we face in these areas. So both adults and housing are demand-led budgets. In short, people come to us in need. We need to assess them, and where they've got assessed need, we need to deliver services to help them. So a lot of our strategy over the last few years has been to try and help people early, in much the same way that adults and children's approach this challenge. And it's a challenge across the whole of the country. I think people understand that, and you will see the headlines in both these areas of demand outstripping the budget that's being provided. So it's a difficult balancing act. Our activity is really based on the knowledge that if we don't do anything, we could be looking at 10% increase year on year in demand. And if we hold our unit cost price, that is one element that we can dampen some of the cost of that demand, but ultimately we are seeing an increase in demand year on year. So the graph here really sets out modelling we did some years ago, back in 2020, to look at what it would look like year on year if we did nothing, if we didn't put preventative measures in. So what we've been able to do is, as you can see from the graph, that the worst case scenario would be 10%. We felt that between 7 and 10% would be where we could control demand and expenditure. And in the main, the purple line shows that we're tracking below those figures. So, if you took it cumulatively, and we've not done what we have through our transformation plans over the last year, our budgets would be much, much higher than they are this year. So we are getting an increase this year. It reflects extra demand that's come in this year, and obviously our backdrop is an aging population where people who perhaps are coming to our door at 80 might not get a service long term at 80, but might come back at 86 and then are in our service for a period of time with increasing needs. So those are the sort of scenarios that we work to, very similar in housing, which Andrew will talk to, but that's the backdrop that we work to. So this year, you can see that Aidan set out, there's additional investment in our budget line. Most of that is coming through from the grants that we receive, but then on top of that, there's additional money from the council's wider budget this year. So previous years, we've kind of been able to manage some of that growth through the health money that's come through. This year, the health money is not available in the same way that it has been in previous years. Health system is also under similar challenges financially to local government. So there is investment. I feel it's sufficient investment in our budget this year. It's still going to make it very, very challenging. Still quite a few unknowns as to who will arrive at our front door. But the transformation plans that we have got in place, we're confident will help us deliver within that budget amount. So perhaps if we go on to the next slide.
Just bear with me 2 seconds. We're not seeing it online, so hopefully, just redoing it. There we go.
So we've got established transformation programs in the Directorate for adults and housing. I'll just invite colleagues in. Mark first on the commissioning program. You might have to share or stand up. Actually.
Yes, that should stand up. It might be easy, wouldn't it? So my name is Mark Tyson. I'm the Corporate Director for Commissioning for Adult Services. So I've been working on the commissioning programme. I've been working across all of those programmes, but leading on the commissioning programme. I think part of what we've been delivering, to give some examples and some to unpack a little bit. So home care services, also one of the biggest service areas that we purchase for people, for particularly older people, but also people of what we call working age, so 18 to 64. And now we're in a position, after all the work that we've done around the Dorset Care Framework, that about 90% of what we purchase is actually on that framework. And that's transformational in the sense of allowing us to stabilise our costs, build on relationships with providers. And because we've got those relationships now, we've been able to work on programmes like trusted assessment and review, so that in case of trusted assessment, our providers can go into the hospital setting, do a review, get somebody quickly out of hospital and settled at home with the right support, and it sort of builds their capabilities and kind of competences, as well as helping us to have more people who can support that journey out of hospital. And trusted review, where people are receiving support that we've put in as a package of support, but actually the provider is able to work with them to adjust it more flexibly with the right quality assurance mechanisms in place, so that, again, it's more responsive to what people need. It allows that adjustment so that we're not always having to step in and make the assessment and make the review and kind of make the arrangement. So I think a much more responsive service that's much more effective for us to deliver. On a kind of working age population, we've been on a journey where I think we've got more options in county for things like supported living, so that we're making fewer placements of people out of county and at a distance from their home and less connected to their community. That's really kind of important for their well-being, but it's also much better, to be really blunt, in financial terms for us. And we've got a much it kind of allows us to, again, build relationships with providers and start to develop those services. So examples like Dorchester Road, which is a supported living a scheme that is particularly aimed at people who are entering adulthood on the birth to settled adulthood journey, and supported by our new service. So those are really important for helping us contain costs and therefore meet everybody's needs from the resources we have available. We're about to conclude our residential care for older people framework recruitment. So we're going to get some people onto our framework and try and replicate what we've done in home care. And all of that is founded on, under that programme, a better understanding of the costs involved in running any care services in Dorset. So we've been on this journey where we've done a fair cost of care exercise 2 times, updated it once in between times, worked with providers, understand their cost base, and we can be a much better commissioner and customer of those providers as a result, and really understand where the costs are and where we can challenge some of those costs, to be blunt, as well as where we need to recognise that there are resources we need to put in. So I think we've also done things on day services, which I think we'll come to when we're looking at the proposals for the future, where the model's been agreed, and so on. And I think, again, just it's easy to, because we're a couple of years in to having it around now, but of course at the beginning of this programme we also had Care Dorset be established, and our own care company for people of Dorset, the county of Dorset, instead of shared with our partners over at BCP. So a much more kind of responsive delivery, and then we can work with them as our transformation partner on key parts of provision. So it's just a bit of a flavour, I think, of what's been in that commissioning programme and what we've been delivering so far and how we've contributed to that of efficiency. Thank you. Over to Julia.
Chad, would you like us to stop at each point?
I was anticipating that this section would be very short, but a very wide overview, and I'm concerned that we're delving too deep into service delivery, because I'd intended to deal with all the overarching stuff first and then drill down into the different directorate areas. So it might be better to save the detail till we go into each section, and I will deal with each section with perhaps a small intro from you guys, and then we can open it up to members, because then the information is fresh, because what you're saying, by the time we've got to the end of it, you know, not that I'm, you know, it's been very useful, but I think to get the most out of it, I think that a little bit more detail as we come to each section would probably be better.
Okay. So just to finish off this bit, then the established programme. As we get into the questions, we'll probably refer back to this slide. Andrew, Julia, in that detail.
So,
Thank you, Aidan.
thank you. So we've got the other biggest area of spend, obviously, is around children's services and the level of demand. So we're just trying to pull out this point about demand, and we can go into the services. So if I can hand over to Paul for 1 minute. That's okay.
Paul doesn't do 1 minute.
Children's services in 1 minute.
I think you've missed a
Oh,
slide.
sorry, Paul.
Okay, so I'll be very quick. In the process and the story of our budget making is that we have just short of 12 million for growth in our budget. You'll have seen that, and just short of 9 million in well thought out considered savings, and you can see that. We've included some slides about the children in care budget. So children in care are the ones that cost us the most money in terms of their need. Now we have across our children and family population increasing need and complexity. Our strategy for managing that need is to manage it at a different and earlier points, at a point that is better for the family and the child and better for the council budget, because if we prevent children getting into crisis and high cost children in care sort of arrangements, then we're managing our budget better. So the children in care placement budget is worth about 31 million. Lee will have the exact figure. So that's why there's some slides about it. 3 key things we're doing with the children in care managing that cost is to reduce the overall numbers of children in care, which we're doing successfully, to change the placement mix so that we use foster families, ideally our foster families, because they're the best, most local family-based care that we can get, and they are the cheapest placement option. And we can see from the table on the last slide that we've increasing the number of those despite the national shortage of foster carers. And the third thing that we can do and are trying to do is to influence the market. The market is said to be completely broken by national commentators, and Competition and Markets Authority reports say that, but nevertheless we're trying to work with the local market to achieve efficiencies. Next slide, please. Thank you. This graph you've probably all seen before. 4 key lines on that. The top 2 lines are about cost. That's the cost per week, that line of our children in care population. The blue line is for the total number of children in care, and the grey line is for children in care when we don't include the cost of unaccompanied asylum seeking children. We differentiate because we can't control to a certain extent the number of unaccompanied asylum seeking children in the way that we can control our local population. And then the bottom 2 lines are about the numbers of children, and the grey line is the number of children in care, not accounting for unaccompanied minors. Not a very dramatic line. We did used to draw it in a different way, but the numbers are gone down from 475 in 2020 to 385, so minus 90 across that period. That's a lot of cost that we've avoided there from doing that, and a lot of good for those children who we've supported to stay with their families. The yellow line is when we do account for unaccompanied asylum seeking children. So I just wanted to demonstrate, and it's nice to see that both those lines numbers wise turning down again towards the last month or two. So we're doing some things right there according to our strategy. And then I think I've got one more slide over Aidan. This one I won't dwell on too long, but the top line's important because you can see that we've got 197 of our children in care in December placed. Thank you. With Dorset, our own council foster carers, gone up by 15 since September. So we're really pleased with that because that's really good for our children and it's really good for our budget. As I said, the cheapest option. It's not quite as high as it was in September 2020, but we're pushing up there. The numbers in external fostering has gone down because of that national shortage of foster carers. Independent fostering agencies are struggling to get carers. So it's not that we don't ask, because we'd rather use an independent fostering agency than an independent children's home. Independent children's homes are the highest cost. You can see that, again, over the last few months, the third line down, the number in residential external was reduced from 46 to 44. Not dramatic, but they are high cost, those placements, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds a week. Okay, so that's what I just wanted to demonstrate there, the things we're trying to do with our most highest cost children and managing need.
Okay, so that was our way of trying to sort of segue into quite a complex picture. So hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So involved in that, but where else on my list of things? So the way I'd like to play this is that we've had a general overarching picture. I would like to split the agenda up into topics, questions and debate around the overarching picture, but then after that drill down into stuff that is more specific to the directorates. And my intention is to do children first. We will then take a short break because this is going to be a long meeting. And then when we come back, it'll only be about 5-10 minutes. And then we'll come back and then we'll deal with adults and housing and public health. Okay, and the other way I'd also like to play it is that I will invite members who are not on the committee to speak before we go into questions and debate from the committee. That way it just makes it easier for the minutes so we know who's speaking and who's part of the committee, and then when we come to the recommendations it's clear as to what's been done. If everyone's happy with that, that'd be great. So we've had an overarching canter about the state of play. Councillor, at this point, is there anything you want to add as portfolio holder?
I don't think so. I think we're here to listen. I'm here to listen. Really interested to get the views and input from committee.
Okay, so non-members of the committee, both in the room and online, and George is in charge of online. Is there anything that you want clarified, you want to ask about the overarching? Because this is the time to ask those detailed questions. Okay, so we will go to some.
Do you want to say, Belinda?
Do you mean overarching question about children's, or
no, about the whole budget? Because if you look at the budget paper, the introduction was about some of the overarching issues where we've talked about the overspends, the use of reserves in general.
I think
it's about that sort of conversation rather than the detail to each directorate.
Sure. So I'll ask the question later if that's all right.
So there are no questions on the overarching state of play.
From non-members or from members?
From non-members first.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing anything, so members of the committee, I assume, Robin, that you have something?
Well, just a general comment.
Can you introduce yourself as well?
Yes, Robin Legg. I'm the member for Sherborne Rural. 76 pages of budget commentary, and as you say, Aidan, it's hard going, isn't it? There's a lot of material in there. Very difficult to get your head around all of it, and very challenging. And there's some important themes about the way in which we're still being very badly treated as a local authority, and there's no point in griping about that. That's just where we are, and we've been there for decades. Guess my overarching question would be, and it's a kind of specific question in a strange way, is what causes you a sleepless night, in the sense of, and this is really for all your colleagues as well, there's so much detail in there. Where do you think, from your professional point of view and your detailed understanding of the budget in the way that we don't understand it in that detail, which is the thing that gives you the greatest worry about us not being able to hit the targets that we've set in various categories of the budget? And some are likely to perhaps be a long way off what our prediction might be. Where's the area that's of greatest concern?
Can I start?
You can.
It's all fine. That is an excellent question, and I don't apologise for the complexity. I can't apologise for the complexity, and part of my role is to try and help. Our role is to help you navigate through. So that's an excellent question. I think your first point about government funding, we have historically considered ourselves underfunded, and that is historically why our council tax is high, because it has to be high to meet the cost of the demand and all the organisation, because we get so little funding from government. What's causing me anxiety at the moment is the direction of travel from the new government is to take even more money away. We've been lobbying for a change of formula because we've been underfunded. We feel that our rural costs, our demographic costs haven't been taken into account. What we're seeing is actually the new government is moving funding further away. So that causes me anxiety. We need to strike the right balance between trying to influence government lobbying, but also recognising that we've got to take our destiny in our own hands. So that's the first point. I think in terms of the pressure that we go through this budget setting process, with a new administration as well. So there's been a really intense process exploring every area of the budget, and the challenge has been to think the unthinkable as well as we've gone through this, such as the financial gap that we've seen. The balance that I try and strike is managing the risk of the volatility, because what we'll see when we publish the Q3 financial position on Monday, so that's for this current financial year, is an increase in the overspend children's services, if I may, because of a small number of children that we've had to provide support for unexpectedly, essentially. And that can cost us £1 million a year or more. So it's the unpredictable nature of what we have to do, and how do we manage the risk around that? How do I set aside enough funding for that risk? Is one of the sleepless nights that I have. And then recognition that this budget proposal does require our council to transform, which is going to be a really significant and impactful piece of work on all officers across the council. So we want them to change, do things differently, reorganise the way they work, and at the same time as delivering the services. So it's that sense of building the plane while you're still flying it, kind of analogy. So the challenge that we're under, combined with how we mitigate some of the unpredictability, plus the capacity to live within our means. But my final point is Dorset Council, as we say that in the data shows it, we're in the sort of middle of the local government pack in terms of financial risk vulnerability, compared to many of our councils around us are in a much more perilous financial state. But personally, I find it a really stressful position here, and I have every sympathy for other councils that are in a worse state. So the final bit of anxiety is how do we organisationally prevent ourselves reaching that critical position where you've got a sense of having lost control. We're a long way from that, but that's my anxiety. So sort of an overview, if I may, there, Chair. I'm not sure if you want to bring other service colleagues in, but I'll back to you.
I'll leave it to the questioner.
Well, I thought,
Is that enough detail for you?
well, I thought that was a very good introduction to the problems we face, actually. That's excellent. Thank you.
You introduce yourself again.
Carol Jones, Sturminster Newton. I've got probably what sounds to be a really stupid question and then something else. Presumably our reserves are earning interest. Where does that interest go and can it be used anywhere?
Hi, Sean Greener, Corporate Director, Finance and Commercial. And so each year we budget for interest receivable and it essentially funds all services. So we do have money in reserves. We manage our cash flow quite well, very closely in terms of making sure we've got the money invested and then kind of balance off against how much borrow we need to take. So over the last few years, one of the improvements you've seen in the budget monitoring reports has been increased interest yield, essentially, because as we've all probably seen, interest rates have been high, which means it costs us more to borrow money, but also where we have had some money in, we've received a higher return. So it kind of comes into the bottom line and funds all the things that we do.
And of course, the one area which I think probably will keep you awake at night when it rears its head is the high needs block, and that's not something we're having to deal with at this moment. Where do you see that going, and can we build up any type of contingency for it, or are we doomed when it rears its head once and for all?
I can't believe I didn't even mention. So can
I was going to make a suggestion because I think it's one of the red flags that quite a few members have. And I'm just wondering if we leave that till we start to talk about children. So give you a chance to sort of.
Okay, just have a gin and tonic.
I'll leave you to sort of cogitate on that one. We'll come back to it, definitely. Carl, you wanted to say something?
Carl Wood, Gillingham Ward. I think we've set out that there's the demand is expected to rise over time, but there's also been mentioned quite a lot about like demand avoidance or managing need. How do you kind of reconcile the two concepts? Because obviously the amount of people needing services is going to go up. Are you going to kind of raise the bar so that you're, as a percentage, you're dealing with fewer people, or is it a case of distributing that to partners, or how are you reconciling those two?
Okay, great question. Can I give a sort of a financial perspective, and then I'm sure the service will, when we get into the detail a bit more, want to talk a bit more. So when we model managing demand, and the two charts that we saw, so at one level, I think John described it really well. If we do nothing, we're going to see a demand increase 10% a year. So that's a combination of demand for both the number of people requiring support, but also we tie in the price as well. So when we talk about, so managing demand, to me means changing the shape or the angle of that chart. So if we do nothing, it'll be like that. Actually, can we do it like that? So two aspects really. One is how can we provide services, or how can we organize ourselves so that we don't have to support so many people so quickly. And one of our absolute principles here is early intervention, so supporting people when they have sort of the early sign of a crisis, so that they don't need to use our services so early on. But also, and this is at the heart of our Future Council Transformation Programme, is how can we support our communities to be thriving and resilient and be able to support the residents themselves. So it's only later on when there's an absolute crisis that the council has to step in. And John, you described that as, I think, so how do we support somebody at 85 rather than 80? So that's one aspect, and I'm sure colleagues will go into details later on during the agenda. The other aspect of demand is where, in particular, where we buy the care, how can we influence and try and minimise the price? So Paul described earlier the different foster caring, right? So independent foster carers cost more than Dorset Council hosted foster carers. So there's something about how do we attract as many foster carers locally as possible. So that's influencing the market. And then in the adult care sector, how do we support our providers because we're not their only customers, as well. So that's quite a complex picture. So we need to, what we are though is reliable and good payers, and so we need to exploit our influence on the market. Something about setting our frameworks, our prices, our procurement processes, and then there's finally that bit about we're setting the tone for the market, which is where Care Dorset comes in. So a company that we wholly own and have got significant influence, sort of to provide parts of the market, provide stability in the parts of the market. So from a financial academic perspective, I'm trying to change the shape of the line by influencing price and by influencing volume. But we're talking about people. We're talking about vulnerable people and people that need our support. So that we mustn't lose sight of that as well.
Chris, you wanted to speak.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to come back to that.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah, Chris Kippax, Yatminster Ward. I'd like to come back to that question about risk and managing demand and so on when we talk more about adult services. But without sounding like a broken record or repeating things that we already know, just picking up on what Robin was saying earlier about, you know, the extreme position that Dorset is in regarding, or seems to me to be an extreme position regarding the amount that we have to raise via the council tax. Can I just be assured that when we talk about lobbying and actually trying to influence central government in whatever ways we can, that is actually an active undertaking at the moment, rather than just something that we know should happen and we know government should pay attention to? We've got different government, but that doesn't sound particularly beneficial from what you say. You know, is the work going on that the case can be made? Because to me, there clearly is a case to be made, and it's not based on sentiment. It's based on, you know, actual hard realities of the difficulties that Dorset faces.
So I'll respond to that. I'm not sure if you want to come in on the politics. Shall I go first, Simon? Is that okay? So 3 layers of challenge to the government. First of all, there's the kind of the mechanical one. So what we've got is the provisional local government finance settlement. It's gone out to all local authorities, and it comes with a survey saying, what do you think? And obviously we write back saying it's not fair. You are not recognising the pressures, the costs that a rural, high demographic council has. So there's like that, the mechanistic response. Secondly, there's the collective response that there are various groups, and we're all kind of in different sectors. So the Wessex area, or sort of southwest, essentially, have been particularly hard hit by these changes. So Cornwall Council has, I think, with the change of formula, has lost 12-13 million pounds. So collectively, with that group, we write, and then there's the group of the unitary treasurers, and there's a local the LGA, local government association. So there's various lobbying groups that we're part of. But there is that sense that what we're all doing is fighting for a bigger slice of the existing cake. What we really need to be doing is asking government to recognise that we need a larger cake. And then there's the political influence through meeting with our MPs and sort of the interface between sort of local politicians and national politicians. So Simon, could I draw you in at this point?
Yes, so Simon Clifford, the Cabinet Member for Finance. I think there are a couple of things. So what I would invite everyone to do is to take the politics out of it and just put yourself into the government's position, their way of thinking. They've been elected and their heartland is very different to the previous administration. So if I'm in the government, I'm going to want to strengthen my heartland. And what we are seeing is an approach which is penalising rural and benefiting urban. It's a very broad brush, but that's roughly what we're seeing in the direction of travel over the coming years. I think that the future direction is very clear that every government for the last 3 or 4 has said they're going to fix social care, and they haven't, because it's extremely difficult and challenging to see how you're going to do that. And so this is not aiming at any particular government, it's just a really big challenge on how you're going to take what is clearly our biggest spending area and is a big spending area for all councils, and work out what you're going to do with it. We've had a recent decision from the government on national insurance that has, where previously it would have been cost neutral to us as a council, to our suppliers, it would still be very difficult to deal with. It is no longer cost neutral to us as a council. And after years of lobbying, cross-party lobbying, very, very good professional lobbying, we have basically achieved very little. So I don't think lobbying is going to work. Councillor Kippax, much though I'd love to say that if we all joined together and beat down the door at number 10, we will get something from it. I really don't think that's going to be what happens. So when Aidan was talking about what keeps him up at night, one of the big things is the direction of travel. It is not looking at all positive for Dorset's residents. I don't think we'll be sitting here in a few years' time. Things will be more challenging, not less challenging, the way things are going. We will continue to lobby. Of course, we will continue to do that. We've been doing it already. We've got the MPs on our side. All the local MPs will always be supporting their local council. But when it gets to that national picture, it seems their voice is diminished. It's really disappointing. We will continue to do it, but I don't see it having a very positive outlook, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Sally.
Going back a bit really from we talk about, sorry, Sally Holland, Chesil Bank Board. We talk about sort of moving the age sort of limit to helping people from 80 to 85, say. Do we have any facility within the budget to increase the activity prior to that so that people actually grow old healthier? I know we've got obviously Live Well Dorset, various things, but actually if we can support people to grow old healthier, then hopefully they'll need our services later in life. Is there something that's around like that?
I think that's one for the other section.
Okay.
Can I just really want to underlise that you said age limit, and that,
Yeah, no.
hopefully I haven't missaid that we don't support people.
Because there's a few bits that are covered with that.
Okay,
One is the
lovely.
first to settle down,
Okay, lovely,
which takes the children's aspect, and then
Yeah.
obviously you've got
People my age who
aging
need to be
healthier.
made healthier. Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly. We need to do it now when people are young.
Yeah.
So when they get to an older age, they're actually able to look after themselves. There's no point looking at the 75-year-olds or the 80-year-olds because they're older.
And that's been the whole part of this move towards early intervention, or however you want to call it in whichever service.
Yeah.
But we all know that if you do something, say you know, small cut, you deal with it rather than you let it get infected and become sepsis.
Yeah.
It's that sort of making sure that you do it where it's cheap and affordable and you can get the results without having to spend huge amounts dealing with a crisis.
Can I just make a couple of quick points on that? So one of the, as we enter really difficult financial position, one of the easy things for us to say is let's just provide statutory only services. And that's for the very reason we've just described as a false economy, because we know that investing in the non-statutory services is what helps delay or postpone or avoid our residents needing our support. So we have very tense conversations about not cutting the non-statutory services. And then secondly, I think it's a whole council endeavour, ranging from our cultural services, ranging from our public health team, and the fact that public health, we've got our own public health rather than a shared public health service, is going to have an impact there, ranging right the way through to urban design to make sure people are more active, to keep them fit, cycle lanes, all that sort of thing. So it's a whole council endeavour to help the ageing population or support the ageing population.
So I have no further questions from the committee on this. I've got a couple of points that I picked up reading the agenda. On in the report at paragraph 12, it talks about the uplift in fees and charges as an average of 2.5%. But obviously that's an average across direct. I couldn't find anything in the detail about how that's reflected within the different directorates, because obviously there will be different fees in different places with different inflation rates. Can you just sort of expand on that a little bit, because we don't have the detail?
Yeah, can you see, again, Sean Creamer, Corporate Finance and Commercial. So in the appendices of this version, you can see like under say from Appendix 1D, there's a row there for fees and charges income. So that shows for each of the directorates how much that average 2.5% increase applies across the from a budget point of view. The papers that will go to full council will have a really detailed fees and charges appendix, which basically lists out every single thing you can possibly imagine that the council does, exactly how much it's proposed to cost, everything from exotic animal licenses through to an extra bin and things like that, and everything in between. It really shows the range of what we do. And in terms of deciding how those fees and charges are changed, so we work with services to understand where things are statutory, so it's set by a national government, we have no ability to influence. We then look at where we've got things which are facing inflation, where we've got rising costs, and we're looking to recover the cost of that service delivery, and also look into some of the things that are a bit more traded or a bit more based on a kind of a market situation, where we again look at what the opportunity is to change those fees and prices to perhaps make sure we remain competitive, but also recognise that we're seeing rising cost of service delivery. So we want to kind of maintain that level of subsidy perhaps, or maintain that level of so that the council taxpayer isn't inadvertently subsidising something which should be paid for as a discretionary service.
And in order for us to scrutinise the budget, it would be helpful to have had some more of that detail, because everything in this report is just a headline on a budget line, and it's very difficult for us to drill down because we don't have any of that deeper information. So I think for perhaps next year and beyond, it's something that needs to be considered. The other question that I had was on the general reserves, and Aidan, you did touch on it in the start of your presentation about how we had been using reserves and the impact that was having. So last year reserves increased from 34.7 to 37.6. I'm forgetting the other numbers afterwards, and yet reserves are now down from 10% to 6%. And in the report, there's an undertaking not to prop the budget up with reserves. So can you just sort of explain tensions a lot around that?
Yes, yeah. So just we have day-to-day expenditure. We have and to manage the risk, we have contingency. So that's money in the budget that's recurrent. And then beyond that, we have reserves, which is money set aside, one-off money to underwrite any really significant risk that the council has. Our reserves we can only spend once. And we categorize those reserves into a general fund reserve, which can be sort of used for anything. It's our safety net, ultimately. And then we've got a series of what we call earmarked reserves, which are set aside for specific things, ranging from government's given us some one-off money that we must use on a particular item, and therefore it's earmarked for that, through to we've set aside funding for insurance purposes. What you've referenced is our policy of having the general fund reserve between 5% and 10% of turnover. So for the first 5 years of this administration, we've been able to set aside the 10%, so the upper limit of our policy. So that's why for this current financial year, at the beginning of the year, we've set aside £37 million into general fund reserve. The reality is, during this financial year, we are predicting an overspend. Our current forecast is around about £13 million. So we have to fund that overspend, and that's why we're anticipating using those reserves. And so what we're seeing is that the amount we need to set aside for our earmarked reserves, we haven't got much flexibility there. So having spent some of that £37 million to plug the overspend this year means we've got less next year to set aside as our risk. So what this report highlights is previous years we've set aside 10% of our turnover, We don't think we're going to be able to afford that next financial year. It'll be nearer 6 to 7% based on our current modelling. We never know till the end, the actual outturn, till we've finished the financial year. So this isn't kind of an alarm bell raising kind of a crisis, because we're still within our policy of between 5 and 10%, but it is an indication of the financial pressure that we're under as an organisation. So this financial year we've had to use we anticipate using reserves. Next financial year we won't be able to set aside so much, and it comes back to the point that we need to stick to the numbers in this budget.
I sort of come back to, I think, the question that Chris raised earlier, because that actually is one thing that would give me sleepless nights, is we've not managed to follow the trajectory that was planned for this year. And maybe this is not the place to ask those questions as to why, but those questions do need to be asked, because if the pressures are building and we're on a trajectory where you're saying this year you can't put enough into the budget, into the reserves, and we have the same issue next year, then we're very quickly going to be on that slope to insolvency. That gives me sleepless nights. So you say it's not something that you would, worry too much about, because as long as we follow the plan we're on. However, let's remember that worries me.
Yeah. Okay. And then if we lay across the high needs block, which we'll talk about later, that takes all the reserves.
Get them into the room.
So we'll cover that. I think so. First of all, I go back to Councillor Clifford's point about we are nationally in a difficult financial position. It's going to get harder each year rather than this budget will solve everything. So I think that's the point. Secondly, you said this might not be the right place to explore why we haven't achieved the savings this year. It was a question that we explored in quite some detail at the audit committee on Monday. So I do feel as it's the right question to be asked, and members are asking the right question, and as officers are addressing it. I think that is this that we've got in front of us is a tough budget, and we as officers are going to have to work really, really hard to achieve it, at the same time as transforming the organisation. I think there's no two ways of. I can't hide that. I can't dress that up.
And I think that's the underlying mantra that we all need to have, because both as members, as officers, and residents of Dorset, we've got to keep the ship in a straight line, because it will affect all of us in one way or another if we don't. We have really got to redouble our efforts, make sure that we stay afloat.
Jeff, I recognise that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Simon Clifford, Councillor Clifford, Cabinet Finance. I wonder if I could actually ask Aidan just to explain in overview, how do we get to these budget proposals? So I'm thinking about the 12 meetings, the round twos and that kind of thing, because obviously directors want to spend money and do the very best they can, and we've got a financial challenge. So as a cabinet member, I was working alongside Aidan and his team to try to say, where are we going to find this from? Maybe it's just worth a couple of lines on how we got to where we are with the various proposals that are in front of you.
Thank you. So I think the crucial point is that this isn't a budget that's been set by the finance team in isolation and sort of you're given numbers and over to you to deliver. It's very much a collective team effort that tries to take account of the risks and the issues and service pressures, ranging from the waste team through to the fostering service. So it's how do you balance that? And the approach, we start pretty much as soon as this meeting finishes. We'll be starting on next year's budget. The detailed work from a technical financial approach takes place over the summer in terms of estimating cost pressures, inflation, and taking account of the council tax. But for this past year, it was around about September time, we started what we called service review meetings. So it was myself, Sean, and Councillor Clifford in a sort of supportive, challenging conversation with each of the portfolio holders, asking what the pressures are, explain the pressures, but also what are the mitigations of that. So I think we had 12 of those meetings, and that's the culmination of that work is here in the papers. So we need to strike the balance between pushing and challenging. I hear what you say about the residents. So our residents expect our services to be as cost effective as possible. So tough and challenging, whilst being realistic to those service pressures as well. And then from a member perspective, I think we published in November the initial gap, and then have had 2 private member briefings cross-party leading up, well, 3 leading up to this publication. So I think Councillor Clifford's point that it's an iteration, a constant iteration, trying to strike the right balance with all those different stakeholders involved.
I'm just going to pick up on that last point, because you talk about the member briefings, and yes, they were very informative. However, they were really just a case of speaking to us. There's been no debate until we've got into this round of meetings. And again, there's very little information that we can use to then drill down to understand deeper some of the ideas and perhaps be more helpful. So I want to put on record that from a scrutiny point of view, I think there are quite a few members that are perhaps disappointed that we haven't had more involvement earlier on in the process, that it's been very much held centrally.
Previous years.
So I'll just leave that there as a thought for you for now. Okay. Carol.
Do you feel we've gone as hard as we can this year with transformation? Because I could imagine that if I had a department, I'd be like, I'm holding on to my people, I'm holding on to my budget, I don't want to let anything go. But I'm just wondering whether we have gone further with transformation in this last year? Have we missed opportunities?
I think we've probably, so there's transformation versus the tactical savings. So what we have done this year is try to put the brakes on dramatically in terms of recruitment, vacancy freeze, that sort of thing, to drive down the cost base of the organisation, to get ourselves ready for the transformation that's going to come next financial year. And there's been an enormous amount of work done to develop the transformation proposals. So are the transformation proposals as ambitious and deliverable? I think they are ambitious. I go back to my analogy of trying to rebuild the plane while you're flying it. I think that's going to be tough. I think this isn't an observation, would be a change of politics, a change of administration does have an impact in terms of you've got new members, briefing new members, new portfolio holders needing to get up to speed. So I think that has been a factor that has meant that we perhaps haven't been able to go as quickly as we might have done otherwise if there hadn't been a change of administration. And that's not a blame, that's not a criticism. But if you're a new portfolio holder, you're going to want to understand your portfolio, but before any changes are made. So I sort of observe that the political cycle has an impact.
Thank
you. I don't think any of us are happy with the current situation, if we're really honest. Okay, so I've got no other speakers that want to speak about anything that's overarching. So thank you all so far for that. We're now going to move on to drilling, hopefully, further down into directorates. And as I suggested earlier, our first subject will be children's services. So, Paul, did you want to come straight in, or Aidan, do you want to say any more? How do you want to play it? And also,
I can say something about the last question, actually, because there is a council-wide transformation plan that we call our future council, but in answer a bit to that question in relation to children's, we've had a transformation strategy for the last 5 years. In fact, well, next year will be our 5th year. We, I would say, so far succeeded in transforming the landscape of services for children and families, and making most of the savings that have been aligned with that transformation. So the family hub developments right across Dorset is part of that transformation. The Safeguarding Families Together initiative, where we've got adult services professionals helping parents with things like domestic abuse, substance abuse, poor mental health, is another sort of transformation. There are a number of Mockingbird constellations. So those have been some of the things that have resulted in a reduction of 90 children in children in care population. And in answer to one of your questions earlier about managing need and numbers, actually we've got significantly more numbers of families receiving support in what we call our early support space, sort of family hubs and family workers. And as I showed from my graph, significantly fewer needing support at high cost children in care level. Our children in need, statutory social work children in need service, they are working with fewer numbers of children and families, and our child protection numbers, children subject to child protection, come down a little bit. They're quite stable actually, but in those children in care and children in need groups, the numbers are smaller. But the numbers in the really early support, which is, I don't like to use the word, but it's not cheap, but cost effective, loads more people are getting that support so that they don't come up at this end. And that's part of our transformation. We were selected by the Department for Education to be a leader, a pathfinder in the National Children's Social Care Transformation Strategy, because they liked our model of doing that, working with multidisciplinary services, supporting families in localities. And so the pathfinder, which we're now still embarked on, is an extension and enhancement of our model. The family hub links in with our kind of model. Strategic direction for us is to continue to do that in children's services, but also over the next year to work corporately to deliver the council-wide transformation strategy, which is our future council. So that's what we've been doing. We'll continue along that line. We have identified, as I said, just short of 9 million in savings. I think the 5 million of those are the 5th year of our transformation strategy. Those are not cuts. So I must be clear about that we've invested in those initiatives in order to save more money through managing need, an earlier point. So that's what that's about. So please don't think they're cuts. The other savings, you've had a list of them. We've considered those against our sort of strategic direction. We will be very careful to make sure that whilst we're transforming further and making those sort of service review cuts, we continue to ensure that our prevention work and our partnership work continues to support them early point in their journey with us, so that they don't become high costs. We don't want to do anything short term that causes us more financial costs later on. So that's a story of where we're at, but it's a well thought out savings plan, but it is very challenging and significantly ambitious. I think that there. Yeah,
do you want to add anything?
Not at this juncture, now I'll see.
So, members that aren't on the committee. Linda, you said originally that there was something that you wanted to raise.
I think it's more adults and housing than children. Thanks.
Are there any other who are not members of the committee that want to ask any questions on the children's budget? No? Anyone online? Okay, Robin.
Robin Legg, Sherborne Rural. An observation really, isn't it odd that we've got this good relationship with the civil servants, where we're chosen to be pathfinders and we're seem to be cutting edge in terms of doing things in an innovative way, and where we're transforming our services, and yet when it comes to the cutting of the cake nationally, we seem to be at the end of the queue. I don't quite understand that. I can't quite work out whether the problem lies within the civil service, who say, actually, you don't really need to treat Dorset really that fairly because they're so innovative and they're so good at what they do that they'll get out of this hole they're in. Or whether the problem is a political one. I mean, I understand Simon's point about that the new government's got a different agenda in terms of looking after its poor support. But I don't quite follow this. It seems a kind of schizophrenic attitude on the part of government, really.
Yeah, I don't think I'll answer that question completely, but I should add, and I should have added, that we have received funding for being a pathfinder, 4.9 million over sort of 18-month to 2-year period. The pathfinder programme and this initial bit of funding ends at the end of March 2025, and we have received a written notice of further funding for next year, and still in discussions with DfE about that. So yeah, so we have received funding. I don't know the answer to the total question of the national government and the civil servants supporting Dorset as a council. Yeah, and I should say, because I don't think I've said yet, that I'm Paul Dempsey, Executive Director of Children's Services.
Can I just follow that up by saying, are there other things that we could do to encourage the civil service to look upon Dorset favourably in terms of us being innovative and wanting to try new methods, so that we could therefore tap new sources of funding? What could we do on that line?
We are sector-led improvement partner, sponsored by the DfE, so they already pay us money to support other councils who need or want our support. So we've given a significant amount of support to Plymouth Children's Services, at least over the last year, and further back than that, we have supported Bristol Children's Services this year, and we gave a little bit of support to Cheshire East recently. So we have received income from that. We've still got more work planned with Plymouth, because they've asked the DfE to support them more. So we are getting income all throughout this year, and plan is to continue to do that next year. The Department for Education have asked us to continue to support them with the national rollout of the Pathfinder, and in addition to the monies they've said they will give to us next year for running our programme, have said that they will be writing to us about more money to fund our work, supporting them to roll out the new arrangements nationally. I don't know the extent of that funding, so we are generating income from that, and we have received a number of other DfE grants. So I think we've got close to just over £900,000 to establish our family hubs programme. We received some money for an initiative called Staying Close, which is about supporting care leavers beyond 18, and we received another grant. These are all time limited, these grants, it's problematic. Another grant to support carers through a mentoring scheme. So we work really hard to make really good professional bids to the department for extra funds. We've been successful in those, and we will continue to look at those opportunities. I think the current government is saying that they're moving away from time limited grants like that, and the need to bid, but we'll see what happens. But we will always be looking to get the financial help as much as we can, and to do things that are innovative and evidence-based.
Thank you. I've got a few areas, so just bear with me. Pathfinders, and there are some really fantastic, innovative projects that are starting with Pathfinder. And I think that they could really produce some very tangible results in terms of saving money down the line. But it looks like Pathfinder grants will be, coming to us, are going to be reducing. But how will we cope with, or how are we going to manage if we can see some really tangible results coming through with reducing some of the family crises that's happened and so on, but we might not be able to evidence that for another year, 18 months or so. But at that point, our budgets are done, and I'm just worried that we could be really working and building up some expertise to then come to a cliff edge. So that's number one. I don't know if you want to do with one by one or how you want to do it.
That's a challenge. So sometimes results take some time to come
It does,
through.
yeah.
We have shown over the last 4 years that through investment in prevention and partnership services, the outcomes of that have come soon enough so far to meet our savings targets. I suppose there was a question earlier about anxieties, and I wouldn't want to give the impression to anyone that I don't have any anxieties, but one of them would be that we lose the ability to continue to invest in our prevention and partnership work because over the medium and long term it is working. So I don't have the answer to the question that if the whole council got into a crisis. I do know that prevention and partnership works. There's evidence-based nationally about that, and adults and children are following that kind of model. It has worked so far in Dorset. My discussions with Ada would always be about we must continue to invest, and I think I heard Aidan say that we've been careful not to just say, oh, we'll just disinvest in non-statutory services, because it's our non-statutory services actually that are reducing the need to use more expensive statutory services. So I would already be putting forward the evidence base to my colleagues about sensible use of that budget and showing them the evidence base about these are the outcomes. We might have to wait a little bit of time. I don't have the answer to if we suddenly run out of money, but these programs have been working.
And how do you
Before
see?
you move on, Alice is
Can I-
desperate.
Oh, Alice! Add to what Paul was saying. So, hi everyone, Alice Deacon, Corporate Director for Commissioning and Partnerships. To add to what Paul is saying, we do have significant evidence already. In 2023, Oxford Brookes came and did an evaluation of our early help model at the time, and really told us we have fantastic relationship with families, and the need didn't change. The relationship established, and then the need started to show. So that kind of if you think about the need of families being a bit like an iceberg, you can see the tip, and then as you get to know people a bit like you develop friendships, you see more and more as it comes. And what that did was enable us to form some of the thinking around Pathfinder and that relationship-based model and the strength of our early help offer. Through the transformation programme that Paul's already detailed, we've really sought to establish value for money modelling, thinking about impact, thinking about kind of where it is saving us. So you might see a cash saving, what the cost of avoidance has been through what we're doing, through safeguarding families together, through the family hubs, through initiatives like Pause, and wherever possible, we are also seeking to provide partnership funding rather than it all coming for us. It doesn't always work, but the strategic alliance is really that vehicle for embedding that's kind of statutory partnership across all of those partners. Do have significant evidence, and Pathfinder has enabled us to have Anne Humphreys, our evaluation lead, and from go live, she has been in there evidencing what we're doing. So when people come and look, we can say this is what's emerging. So there are things, as Paul has said, that we cannot answer. And there may be, and there are risks associated with doing things that are innovative and waiting for evidence, but we're not waiting. Wherever possible, we're gathering it all of the time to demonstrate the impact that we're having and the fantastic things that we're able to achieve together.
And of course, also, I mean, the family hub situation, it's very early, isn't it, at the moment? Realistically, because you've got a lot of organisations, and I'll use the one that I'm involved with, where we are setting up and committing ourselves as charities to future investment, to trainings, to space, to a huge amount of money. And of course, if we need the time to be able to evidence what we're going to be able to achieve with that. Do you see family hubs as being in danger in a year or two? Because that would really crucify the charitable work that's happening at the moment.
5 head shaking in response to
That's fine. If that was we're okay, that's fine. Okay. And I wanted to also, sorry, I'm still just a couple of other areas. Okay.
I know when you're on a roll, you feel like an avalanche.
I'm on a roll.
However, Paul wanted to come back on what you've already been talking about, and then you can move on to your next one.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to try and help with one helpful sort of indicator, and that is that we have spent just short of 7 million less pounds or fewer pounds on that children in care population as a result of those prevention initiatives that are put in place. Now, the family hubs are really important now as our continuing prevention type work. So one of the indicator, a very key indicator of the success of family hubs will be the family hub contribution to supporting families this end and not this end, where that 7 million cost has been avoided through those kind of initiatives. So, you know, it hasn't taken decades or anything like that for that evidence to emerge, and we'll see all the time from that graph with those lines. I am anticipating, and our strategy is for those lines about the total children in care population to decrease slowly and safely and steadily. Of course, we'll bring children into care when that is needed to protect them, but we are, and that is our plan, because families will be supported in family hubs by our family workers through our Safeguarding Families Together programme, through birth to settled adulthood, etc. So that's one key figure. I think that's 7 million.
Thank you. I just wanted now to come on to Dorset Youth Association, youth clubs and youth funding. There's not very much in here on that, and I'm just wondering, are we still in a strong position to support young people who want to go to youth clubs, youth workers, that side of things? Where are we in the budgets in terms of that? And I did see something here, my computer's turned off now. Where are we with that? Just tell me, how strong are we in general youth work?
I'll just come back initially. You know, this is a long-standing absolute passion of mine. So, you know, I'm laser focused on this, and the actual detailed explanation I'll hand over to Alice. But this is something that I'm not, you know, I'm really on it.
Again, I was speaking corporate director for commissioning partnerships. In terms of youth work, there is absolute commitment from all of us to the continued support to the sector. We have a youth sufficiency duty. We have a statutory duty to have a named head of youth service, which is Simon Fraser-Brown, and will continue to be in his post as head of commissioning for family help. And we have invested through Pathfinder in targeted youth workers in Dorset. Now, those targeted youth workers aren't just ours that we deploy, they are also there as part of our absolute commitment to continue to support the communities of Dorset via detached youth work and youth centres, those that might be emergent. The grant for Dorset Youth Associations for sector support continues, and that is led through our with Mike and with Simon around that. There is a specific target in Strategic Alliance around young and thriving, and that has direct correlation to our youth work offer and also our aspirations in that space, and also in the skills and development and opportunity space for young people. So there absolutely isn't a loss of commitment in that space at all, and we will continue to be an absolute partner. The landscape is difficult, and it's difficult to think about how you might fundraise, and you know, the changes that we implemented in 2016 were that the authority would continue to have a commitment and be in that sector alongside providers, and we continue to do that, and we will absolutely continue to provide sector support as well as opportunities to access funding that might be through us if it's there, but increasingly we're also helping open the door to other funding opportunities outside of the local authority, because that will create more sustainability rather than it always being local authority grant based.
Right, so are we cutting back on local authority grants to our youth clubs in any shape or form this year? No. Okay, thank you.
We have reprofiled some funding in commissioning to reduce other spend to put into the savings, but it is not impacting on grant allocation to youth services in terms of the grant.
Thank you. I've only got one.
So I want to ask a supplementary on that, because in the budget line, where you've got the grants review of 34,000, the first word is cease. Cease grants to TREDS, Rendezvous and the DYA for the 0 to 25 forum. saying you will continue to support the organisations financially, but in other ways rather than giving specific grants. So what is the actual impact? Because anyone reading that goes, you're cutting grants, and you know, Trent and Rendezvous and Deal, they've been around for years and they do a really good job.
So what hasn't happened following the discussions that we had with Councillor Sutton and with Councillor Clifford is that the appetite for the administration and for officers to make that formal cease was not there, and we are not doing it. So I have reprofiled commissioning spend to continue those grants, but there will be a saving from other spend areas that has no impact on youth work to achieve the 34,000 saving, but it isn't coming from those grants. They are continuing. So there is a clarification that needs to happen in the publishing of the paper that is, we are reprofiling to take it from other places, but we are not ceasing those grants.
Sure, that's minuted, that one.
Okay. Can I mean, because I picked up on that. I mean, just by simply searching the word,
yeah,
yes.
I've got two other people waiting, but it's on this point.
Exactly on that point, just by searching the word youth, and there are 4 references to it, and they will appear in the same table. And so you were saying essentially that on page 75, you're going to have to rewrite that paragraph. Is that, as I understand it? Fine, that's good. Thank you.
So there will be a saving of 34,000, but it won't be a ceasing of any grant.
Excellent.
Okay, so
I just had one more, sorry.
one more.
Yeah, that's now working.
Oh, my one more was, there are some senior leaders of your team sadly leaving, and you know who I'm looking at, and I'm just wondering, do you feel that there could be a risk in terms of what you're trying to do with your department, with some good senior leaders leaving, and you obviously need to go out to the market again and so on? Do you see any risk in this?
Well, people move on all the time, don't they? I won't say that won't be a loss losing Amanda, because it will be a huge loss, of course, because Amanda's been fantastic and would have continued to be fantastic if she'd stayed here. So Plymouth have done well. But the nature of things is that people move on. We will maintain stability in transition. People that have moved on before. I'm reasonably new in this post, but we're here working as an assistant director, corporate director for 2.5 years before that. So we know that we attract good people. We know that we have existing good people in the service who have been, I guess, trained and grown up in the Dorset way. So of course we will miss Amanda, but we do think we have a lot of good people in the service already, and we do think that there are talented people attracted to Dorset. The team is stable in the sense that there are people who have been promoted into the senior leadership team. Alice has been with us as a head of service before she moved up. Same with Sunita, same with me moving up and being promoted. So we wish Amanda well. We will miss her. We have plans to fill that space immediately on Amanda leaving, and we will be going out to recruit to that post, and Amanda will be helping us to hand over to the sort of immediate interim type successor, as myself and councillors will be doing that work to look at that interim range.
I wanted to come in.
Yeah, very quickly. I'm not going to reiterate how much I'm going to miss this woman. But what I found, Carol, and I'm sure you're aware of this because obviously you have quite a lot of contact with children's services, is the strength in depth throughout. The directorate is really fabulous, and there are, so often I will go to Amanda with something and she hands me straight onto somebody else. It's really impressive the way people sort of step up. That's all I really wanted to add.
Yeah, before I move on to the next speaker, I've only recently been made aware that obviously you are heading for pastures new. I'm not sure if this is the last time we're going to see you at this committee.
It will be.
Okay, so I'll say it now rather than at the end of the meeting, is that I'm well aware of how far you've come and what you've done with children's services, and I think most people here know, given my previous history, I've got a soft spot for children's services. And I'd be very sorry to see you go on behalf of the committee, but personally as well.
Yeah.
Wish you all the very
Yeah,
best. Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry it has to be this meeting rather than something a bit more.
Very mixed emotions, but
Yeah.
really exciting.
Okay, so moving on, my next speaker is Chris. You've been very patient.
Chris Kippax, Yetminster Ward. My apologies if in answering this question you feel you've already covered it, but I just wanted some reassurance really. As I understand it, it's been explained, one of the principal pressures is sort of independent sector high cost placements, and the burden, the immense burden. And there've been national reports about this recently, and some suggestions of profiteering, exploitative practices as well. A lot of nods on that side of the room. And you also, Paul, talked about the local market and developing the local market. How realistic is it to think that we can develop the local market to try and combat those sorts of external pressures, for a better word?
Yeah, there are strategies that we can employ and we have employed. So we've opened zones of our own. So that is disturbing the market because obviously we're creating extra provision so that we're less reliant on the market in that way. So we've opened at least 4 children's homes over the last few years, and we will continue to look at a strategy of increasing our own provision. We've invested in our fostering service, so we increased the financial package to our own foster carers a couple of years ago. We'll keep looking at that significantly. I'd say 15% increase in financial package for all of our foster carers, and we've also invested in a pot of money for adaptations to foster carers homes and adopted parents homes to enable them to take more children into their homes, sibling groups, for example. So investment in our services is one way of kind of influencing the market. We've also got a good commissioning service. Alice might want to say a bit more about that, but we have commissioned organisations to provide us block commissioning in a sense. So rather than spot purchasing a single care placement in a children's home by phoning up on a Friday afternoon and discussing it, we commissioned an organisation to provide us a whole children's homes exclusively for the use of us to achieve A, reliability of provision, and B, cost efficiencies. And we'll continue to look at that. We're going to work increasingly, we are working increasingly closely with adult services in relation to our birth to settled adulthood service, so services for disabled children, and commissioning those more smartly and more cost effectively. And we're working with regional partners. So the Southwest Sufficiency Group is trying to work and support all the councils together to achieve better value placements and better quality placements. So there are things that we can do. We will continue to do that. We've got a sufficiency strategy that has an action plan to it that's about investing in local placements, ideally local families rather than children's homes. But we have been investing in our own children's homes, and we will continue to do that.
Then come back. So there's a whole spectrum of things which is helpful to hear about. That sounds quite ambitious.
Yes.
Is it realistic? Or in different ways, do you think
it's not just realistic, it's happening. And one additional thing which Paul didn't mention was the kinship care, which is where you're helping kids to stay at home because grandma or granddad or auntie, Beryl is able to help the family. So we're also investing in helping extended family members, support children staying within the family. That's just one example, but so it's absolutely realistic because we're doing it.
Can I, are you happy for me to add in?
Yeah.
I think the other thing is the fact that there's realism, but there's also necessity. Across nationally, we have to do something. The market has to change. Southwest Association for Children's Services, Directors of Children's Services have come together and committed to thinking about how we market shape and work with providers to change that. You're seeing more and more regional work happening and yielding results. Because we have to get it better for children and we have to get it better for the bottom line. So there is an absolute necessity in being so diligent with this work. And there are times when we have to pay to meet need, and that's the right thing to do. But there are also conversations that John and Mark talked about that happen in that people space where you're saying, actually, does it have to cost this much? Where can we negotiate? And that's absolutely the position that we have to take. So it's not dissimilar in children's. There are different market forces, but the work that's described in that people space about kind of market shaping, really thinking about how you can move into the space to really create the right thing for Dorset children in the right places is absolutely what we need to do in commissioning and what we are doing, and how we make sure that we've got a really good eye on what we're paying for and why, and when it isn't right or if it isn't good enough, that we absolutely do things to change that and dial down the price or change or challenge practice, etc. So there is absolute necessity in what we're doing, as well as it being done as Claire's described. It absolutely has to be nationally and not just in our space. We have to. There is no other option really.
Good to hear. I'm pleased to hear that we're using the tools that we've got more assertively than perhaps we used to do. Yeah, thank you.
Before I move on to Bridget, I'm just going to sort of throw in my own observation, because the Holy Grail, isn't it, is about the bespoke package for each child. And the more that you can do working with families to keep the families together with the things like kinship care, not only does it reduce the costs, but it gives better outcomes for those young people to keep them settled. And, so I will call it the Holy Grail, because you've got to have that full arsenal, but it's having that choice to be able to use what you need to use when and appropriately. So fingers crossed we stay on that trajectory. Bridget.
Paul was talking, Bridget Bolwell, Report Ward and Chair of Corporate Parenting Board. I don't know if my colleagues actually know what the Mockingbird constellations are. I don't know if Paul would just give a very brief explanation, and then I'd like to just comment on that, please.
So Mockingbird is an international program. It's a fostering model originated in Seattle. You'll see it on our savings list there. There's a significant sum, but as I say, that's not a cut. That is the amount of money that we are saying we will save from our investment in Mockingbird, because we believe Mockingbird will help us to recruit more foster carers and to enable us to keep foster families and foster children stable in their place, so that those placements don't break down. Invariably, when a child's placement breaks down, they move on to another placement that is costs more money. So the child is harmed by having to move, and in terms of their budget, we're paying more each time. So Mockingbird, it's got good evidence base about it. It's come from Seattle. It's been rolled out the last few years across the country for councils that are interested, and it's about developing what they call constellations of foster carers, and it's based on the concept that it takes a village to raise a child, not just one person or mum and dad, etc. So these constellations of foster carers are about 8 or 9 foster carers, and there's a central home carer who sits in the middle of that constellation of other carers, and that carer's job is to pull together all those other carers and the children in that kind of village, be that sort of leader of that village, and also to provide a base for overnight stays for children who live in the satellite carers' homes. So I'm trying to think of a good analogy. It might be your Aunt Joan or your Nanny Sue, who is that person who the grandkids and nephews and nieces go to every weekend, or have a sleepover, or there's a bit of a family crisis in my house, so my little kid goes to my mum's for a night on a Saturday night to, you know, help give us a break and help us sort it out. So that's how those constellations work. We've got 4 constellations running and working really well. We've got a 5th constellation just about to start. We've done so well, according to the people that started this program in Seattle, that they invited our team to go over there and speak to them about our progress and success here. Children and foster carers are really fantastically pleased with the model. Children have spoke really articulately about how they've developed relationships with other foster children in that constellation, and how helpful it's been meeting other children in the same position with them and being supported. So that's a really quick guide to Mockingbird. We think it's working really well. It has kept placement really stable, and we're growing it because we think it should be the natural model for how our fostering service works. We are really pleased that we are looking after 15 more kids within our fostering service in December compared to September. So that's a bit of an answer to Councillor Kipak's question about sufficiency and can we impact on the market. That's 15 fewer children that we will have to go to the market for and say, can you provide us a placement? So 2 answers in that. So I hope that was all right.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, following on from that over the past 3 months, I've spoken to quite a lot of foster carers, having been invited to their Christmas party and their fun day, where I had to throw my boots away. It was so muddy. So talking to those foster parents, they are saying that the constellations are one of the best things that's happened to them, because at 10 o'clock at night, when they've got a screaming new foster child and they're not sure what, they've done everything they think they can, they know that they've got a hotline to somebody who can say, help me, I've done this, this and this, what else can I do? And they are saying that with that support, these foster families are not breaking down, because they have got so much support from each other. And also they're saying that new foster parents that are potentially coming on board are actually more confident about coming on board because of that support that they're being given. And also that 10 o'clock problem is, well, I'll come over and that's okay. You go in another room and have a bit of a relax, and we'll come and support the child while they're going through that panic, or whatever the issue is. But it is really, really positive from those foster parents' points of view. Thank you.
Okay. Can't see more on the committee with any questions. Carl?
Yeah, Carl Wood, Killingham Ward. Just again about the children in care and managing that population. Do you actually have like numerical targets or percentages that you're trying to achieve, or is it just kind of a general trend that you want to see?
Yeah, we don't have a numerical target that we're trying to achieve, and I'll start this answer by saying that primarily we want to meet children's needs and we want them to be safely protected. So if there was a numerical target and bringing another child into care meant failing on the target, we would fail deliberately on the target, because be clear about this, we are about protecting children. So we're not going to have an arbitrary target and aim to meet it in a way that doesn't safely meet children's needs. But of course, we're an organisation that is planning things. So we have thought about that, and there is a number aligned to the budget. So the way in which we have built our budget for next year relies on a particular number of children in care, that starting position, when I said about that growth, and we put some of our growth into more money in the children in care budget because we know about inflation and complexity and those kind of things. But we have to have a plan, and the plan relies on the population being at a certain number. And I can say that that certain number, the starting position, is about where we are at now in terms of the number of children in care. But I would qualify everything I've just said by that we will bring children into care when that's the safest and the right thing to do. Now, in many cases, we think that absolutely we've avoided children getting into that risk position because we've supported them over here in that early part of their journey really well.
One of the, sorry to come in, one of the things that none of us have managed to say, which is a huge success for Dorset, is that we are currently not in line with national trends of our children in care population rising, which is something that other authorities have not achieved. So the work that has been done has been really diligent. And I'm not saying others haven't been, but we have really focused in on considering absolutely everything and putting everything in place and making sure it is planned. Children come in a planned way, and that makes that better. We have to respond to need, as Paul says, but we have managed to do something that others haven't.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions myself. The first one, something that we've discussed in this scrutiny committee before is the educational results, and I know that next year you're going to come back with hopefully an improvement in the outturn at Key Stage 2 and Key Stage 3. However, what concerns me is that you're talking about reducing the funding for the Education Board by 50%. Now, obviously, because I had the full history in my head of how we got there when the government, with the intervention of academies, took the school improvement fund, gave it to the schools and said, you buy it back from the local authorities rather than deal with the failing local authorities. And at the time, we were one of the best in the country, and we lost a lot of that expertise because the schools didn't buy back the service. So we then went into this development, which has ended up being this education board, trying to get the schools and so on, everyone to talk together about those improvements. So what concerns me is that we've got those poor results, and yet something that has been put in place to improve that, we're cutting the funding for. So I have a real issue with supporting that in the budget. Do you want to come back to me on that?
Amanda Davis, Corporate Director for Education and Learning. So I anticipated that question. I completely understand it, given our previous discussions. But this is a case of maturity in the system and maturity of our relationship with our whole education community, which means I offered up the saving really confidently, because we allocated that spend last year of about $500,000 to seed fund projects to grow results and improve things across the education community. That was really successful. So although we saw some of the Key Stage 2 outcomes not quite where we want them to be yet, what we were seed funding was essentially projects and initiating them and getting the right plans in place with the whole community, trusts, our own schools, everybody. So that started a movement. What we've had since then is commitment from partners, so academies, the Education Endowment Foundation, as well as coming alongside us, which means the local authority doesn't have to continue to fund those projects. We're funding them as a partnership. So that's how that cut can be made. And I wouldn't have suggested it as a saving if I really didn't think that great work would continue.
And that goes back to my original point, doesn't it, about scant information in this, because it doesn't explain it. And more detail, and we could have a meeting that's half the length it's going to be. The other one, which again, you probably thought about, but we touched on before, to do with SEND, is the cost of tribunals. So again, you're needing 250,000 to manage the high cost review process, as well as the new computer system. If you want to go into a bit more about the positives, but again, it's about how much of this is transformation to prevent us, because that was one of the big things when we discussed it before, about the costs that we're spending by ending up in tribunal, not getting it right earlier down the chain. So if you want to give us an update in relation to the budget on where we are with that, I'd be very grateful.
Yeah, well, the SEND CMS system, I'll start with the case management system because you mentioned it, will be part of our transformation and part of our strategy, because the depth of information we hold about all of our children who have our help isn't served well by the current system. So that investment was essential. That's going to save officer time considerably because the quality of information in the system will be so much better. We'll, of course, continue to work with the provider to make sure that's the case. And we're in those conversations now, and we go live next month. So that's really exciting. So that investment is essential. And that frees officer time to talk to families, to have those early conversations. So one of the last conversations we had in this committee, I think, was around families waiting or not hearing. And I said to you, well, our commitment is that actually we keep families connected to what's happening for their child regularly. So that investment is freeing officer time to do exactly that, and have those relationships and the human element, which is great SEND practice. I think that's really, really key, and it's really key part of our strategy. So I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. I'm just remembering the other half of your question.
I think you've covered it actually. So the
tribunals you mentioned.
Yeah.
And obviously there's lots of national papers talking about tribunals, and Lloyd Hatton MP actually is part of the committee and is lobbying central government, going back to your comment about lobbying, Councillor Kippax. So there is lobbying going on. I think I've said before that by and large local authorities lose tribunals to the tune of about 97% are lost. So we continue to try and push into SEND reform. Our whole education and partnership community around SEND, we're poised and ready to really join in that consultation and be part of reform. You're actually just about to publish what works in SEND local authority in terms of practice and our work with Youth Voice, for example. So our practice is still lauded nationally. And because we're a trusted partner, a pathfinding partner, we do have, I think, a special relationship, which means we can really press into reform and the reform that's needed. But the tribunal system is as a result of a national need for that preventative stuff in SEND and inclusion in mainstream and schools. And so our education community, I really value our deep relationship and our deep collaboration, because what they need is the conditions around them to be inclusive. They need an Ofsted framework, for example, that judges them on inclusion as well as outcomes. So we are pressing in both nationally and locally as a system to change that. And hopefully with that reform, but I think it's going to take a long time, things like tribunals, which is an adversarial place for families, not what any of us want, will decrease.
It needs fisheries, a legal profession. Exactly. Apologies for any lawyers in the room. Last week I went to visit DCH, which was quite informative. It was mainly to do with adult services. However, one of the things that they were talking about was the Dorset Care Record. One thing that's a gap in my knowledge, because that's sort of more recent to my knowledge, is does that care record cover the full continuum of age? Or is it mainly just for adult services? Does it include children?
It does include children. And so our SEND Inclusion Partnership Board is currently really providing support and challenge into extracting the right information from the DCR to really help us prevent.
Because that was one of the issues that Health was saying with the record, that it loads up once a day, but it's not interactive, and there's a real issue about all the different programs actually feeding in properly. And I'm just wondering what of a factor that is in the issue that you've got.
I think there's development to go with DCR to really serve us well. So our Send Inclusion Partnership Board are really pressing into that and guiding. And of course, we have the wonderful Chloe Greer sitting in some of that space, which is really helpful. So Chloe used to be an officer for us, which is really, really helpful because she's been on our as an officer for children's, has served us, so she knows exactly what we need. So we continue those conversations to make sure we can really have a view of a child early on and their needs, do something at the earliest point.
May I interrupt? My role is Caldecott Guardian for the local authority, and just
Do you want to stand up and speak up a little bit so we can hear you, and introduce yourself as well, please?
So my name's Julia Ingram. I'm the Corporate Director for Adult Social Care, but I also hold the Caldecott Guardian role, local authority. So that means I have responsibility for ensuring that we look after and protect the data we hold on people, whether they're children or adults, across the whole of the council's performance. And there are also limitations in terms of what we can share through the Dorset Care Framework because of that data protection role. And there are particular protections in the arenas of children's social care, which means that we deliberately do not put some information into those spaces, and our partners don't always understand why we have that restriction and information in place. And so there's also a big education piece that we need to do with partners around what the purpose is of the Dorset Care Record and why it can't function in the way everyone wants it to do all of the time.
So I suppose the question is, where are we in the realms of investment into that? Because the ramifications and benefits of getting that right are huge across all our partners.
John Price, Exec Director for Adults Health. So in adults, we actually host the DCR team. So at the moment, there's a whole business case around investing in this because it is really good. It's great, and it's something that we have in Dorset that other places don't have, and it is being used. But yes, we are planning on investing in that through the partnership. So we host it, money comes in, partners, but there is a big plan to upgrade it. But Julia's right, there are certain parameters around some information that we can't just release broadly, even to partners. Happy to sort of do a bit more future if that's helpful.
I'm going to say not today, but I think it's something as a committee we might want to come back to. And it's very quickly because I need
to add, there's some work that's being done through the Pathfinder, the multi-agency, the partnership teams that we form there in terms of that information sharing, that we would be happy to contribute into that space around what those seconded people from health and police have sought to achieve in that partnership space to safeguard children. That might be helpful for that future conversation.
George, can you make sure that on our forward plan that we have something for that coming through in the course of time? Okay, so I'm going to move on. Jane, you wanted to say something?
Yes, it's just one question, it's around the continuation of birth to settled adulthood and savings. You hope to come through. It's a technical question, and Aidan, it might be really for you. The figure expects to save because of a smoother transfer for young people into adult services. So are the savings in the children's services, or are they in adult services as they move through? And I'm just wondering, is this the right place for this saving to be, or should it be in adults? I know that's not it's a joint. I recognise it is an overlap of directorates, which I clearly done well and worked on it. So you understand my question?
They're recorded in children's services budget plan at the minute, and in the last year they were recorded in the same way
Yeah.
in the children's services budget, but during the year, we allocated part of those savings from children's into the adult services budget because we're a partnership. We hadn't yet and haven't yet fully created a single budget from bits of children's and bits of adults into something called a birth settled adult budget from which we can say savings will come. So for now, it's recorded in the children's services budget. But the responsibility lies across children's and adult services, and myself and John and colleagues will be working on creating a budget that is a specific sort of ring-fenced settled adult budget from which we can identify exactly how much we're spending and not spending and saving, and then in future years it won't be allocated just in my sort of children's services budget, and also then a financial strategy to form how we spend that budget sensibly so that we are successful with those savings. So the answer to the question about is it just a children's services saving? No, it isn't. It's a shared saving. It's also the question is about that's the answer to the question about is it just children? Is there another question?
No, the question is it in the right place as a savings? And I know it, and also of course there's the health aspect to it as well, which complicates it even further.
So if I could add, absolutely, Jamie. I mean, it's not that pathway for a child doesn't come to an end at 25. So, you know, so the work that you do early on at 14 might influence them 6, 7. So we've got to track that. And I think what we've achieved so far is a combined service, sit and ball, really good data. And our next bit really is how do we work with health, because there's investment from health that at this moment in time we don't show anywhere. And then there's also a commissioning plan for health that again we don't see anywhere. So market position statements with and this is very important for governments, I would say. So I think it is a programme that is over many years. I think we probably should view it over a decade. It's not a short-term piece of work. So we've got savings that were front-loaded, which we are seeing some of those delivered. But in the grand budget, whole council, it's hard to pull those out in place.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I wasn't questioning the figure. It was I understand the right place, and I recognise the continuation of that piece of work needs to carry on. Thank you.
So that's all right. Moving on from that, is it something in our recommendations from this committee on the budget is that we would want to see a defined single budget going forward? Obviously not in this budget round, but moving forward. Would that be something that you would be to put as a recommendation from the committee?
I think I think it's of complex nature, and I think it would be helpful to have discussions with officers moving forward on how they see that best place. But there is clearly the overlap, and it isn't yet identified because you don't know what it is yet. But you will do moving forward. You should be able to, and also that's going to help with modelling as well, which that will then provide the evidence of those savings. In my mind, it should. Anyway, that's the whole purpose.
Okay, so I think again we'll come back to that on the forward plan.
If I may, Steve Robinson, Portfolio Holder for Adult Social Care. I agree with your comments. From my perspective, as soon as you create one boundary, there's going to be issues about that. So as soon as we create a boundary around up to 25, then there's going to be issues around, well, what happens when they reach 26, 27? I think there's also things about, I'm quite comfortable with children's holding the budget as portfolio holder, because that's where the money's being spent at the moment. So I think there's a very strong argument for that. And I also think that actually the measures of success, when they are demonstrably successful will not just carry on to the age of 25, they carry on to 70, 80, 90, putting in place the things that we mentioned earlier about healthy lifestyles, education, all these things, so not needing ongoing support. So I think ultimately it's going to be very difficult to quantify the impact and the savings that are made for not just for a decade, as John rightly says, but for many decades to become, because this is about healthy lives, not just healthy childhoods and not just adulthood. So I'm comfortable with the conversation, but as you say, it is complicated.
That goes back to what Sally said right at the beginning of the meeting, didn't she, about healthy lifestyles.
Preventative work.
But it also really encapsulates the whole theory around early intervention, because the more we can do early on can affect the whole lifetime continuum.
Yeah.
So again, maybe the whole project, not necessarily just the budget, but we'll come back to the work plan again. So I'm not saying we'll definitely do it, but we're starting to develop quite a nice list.
Might I suggest, Chair? Sorry, might I suggest that actually we are tremendously proud of the Birth to Settled Adulthood programme that's going on. It is an exemplar of good practice. Sorry, I'm taking you. An exemplar of good practice for the UK. So actually having it as a separate thing and being able to highlight that through scrutiny as well, I think would be very welcome.
Okay. He's already got it on the agenda for next time.
Maybe not next time.
Yeah, we'll come to look at that maybe a little bit soon. Okay, I'm going to move on now. Bridget.
Bridget Bolwell, Report Ward. Just going back to tribunals, I think it's really important for hopefully Amanda to comment on the investment in the VSEND Empower project, which is a diagnostic tool that's being used, it's being rolled out first of all in early years settings, to actually support parents in being really confident in the processes of supporting their children with SEND, and the hope that long term that will prevent them wanting to go to tribunal, because they are being so much more involved in the support for their children. So perhaps you'd just like to briefly mention what the VSEND is for my colleagues.
Really helpful. So Amanda Davis, Corporate Director for Education and Learning, we did choose to invest in a VSEND tool, and that tool basically unites the view, the parents, the setting, so the school, and the early years setting, in kind of building a profile of that child's needs. So rather than stating the child has to be school ready, the tool says, how can we as practitioners and how can the school be ready for the child in a way that the parent really trusts that they're going to get a great education? It's a really sound investment. We've got 73 settings signed up already. And the training, 75 yesterday. There you go. It's going up every day.
I'm going to jump in there because it's not on the budget line.
It's SEND case management, legal fees for tribunals.
It's not fitting in that particular piece of work, but it is an example of how we prevent tribunal by that early intervention. So it's a great project. That's the goal.
So you sort of highlighted, but I do need to sort of thank you, move on. Okay, so the elephant in the room that we touched on earlier, gradually be sort of skirting around, is the high needs block. So we need to have a discussion on that, because the ramifications are quite severe if it all goes wrong. Aidan.
Right, so if I can give the financial context and spell out the financial risk for the organisation. So I will talk in financial terms. I appreciate these are most vulnerable children, or many of them that we're talking about. So colleagues will come in, I'm sure, with more detail. So education funding, and in particular special educational needs funding, comes directly from government and is ring-fenced. We're only allowed to spend it on what it's for, which is special educational needs. So we receive, I think for this current financial year, I think it's about 60 million of high needs block funding. We're actually spending, overspending this year by about £35 million more than that. And this problem has been going on for a number of years. So in actual fact, we've accumulated overspend is 60 million. Then we're adding another 35 this year. So by the end of this financial year, we're coming in the order of 93, 95 million over. Because the money is sort of earmarked, ring-fenced, it's accounted for differently. And the accounting rules and government is very explicit about this, that we cannot account for it against our general fund. And we'll talk about the general fund earlier. And there's legislation, a statutory instrument being put in place that basically says we are not allowed to account for this funding in the usual way until the 1st of April 2026. So next, or the next financial year after the one we're looking at. So what this means at the moment is the overspend of 35 million that we've got is accumulating up. We're spending, we spent the money to support the children, but it's sort of accounted for below the line because the government requires us to account for it like that. There is a risk that this statutory override I described legislation will not be extended, and therefore the accounting rules will change on the 1st of April 2026, which means we've suddenly got to account for this debt, which is of the order of 95 million, and by that point will be significantly higher. Now, the implications of us suddenly having to account for that debt is we have to offset it essentially against any of the reserves that we've got, and will effectively wipe out those reserves. So we are one of at least 100 local authorities across the country in this position. And so there's from an accounting or finance perspective, there's a range of different scenarios. So the first scenario is what I've just described. So the accounting treatment changes where we suddenly have to account for this deficit, this debt, and it effectively wipes out our reserves. At that point, we're in a really serious financial position alongside at least another 100 local authorities across the country, and we'll be building up to urgent conversations with government about maybe entering into exceptional financial support or whether we get that support. That's scenario one. Scenario two is that the statutory override, the statutory instrument is extended. The accounting rules aren't changed. We can carry on doing what we're doing for however long government decides. And that's what they did a couple of years ago. So this problem, as I said, has been building up. So the statutory override will continue. So that's scenario two. Scenario three is government might write off the debt. I find that very, very hard to believe. Yes. Because they only do that for the NHS. Sorry, strike that from the list. So there's a third scenario. So we have to prepare for all three scenarios in terms of our financial planning and what have you. So part of our, going back to the earlier point about our management of reserves, we sort of try and set aside reserves to mitigate some of that financial risk. But given the scale of the challenge, it's a real risk for us. The reality is, though, where are we spending this money? And this is where the vulnerable children with special educational needs, and we heard earlier about the tribunals, we've got a statutory responsibility to provide appropriate education for these children, and this is what we're doing. And so therefore our approach, our strategy, we've got a SEND strategy, and we've got that we've refreshed very recently, is trying to provide support for those children in the mainstream settings, where in schools, current schools, but there are a number of children that do require specialist support where we need additional capacity, so specialist schools. And that's where Coombe House, for example, comes in, where we operate a specialist school and to meet the growing levels of demand. The fundamental issue, I think, is that we've got a national policy that is leading to an ever increasing number of children with education and healthcare plans, an ever increasing number of children that need our support, and the funding isn't keeping pace with the policy. So it's an issue for Dorset Council. As I say, it's an issue for many councils across the country. So I've kind of got the financial management risk I've just described there, and then got the service implications, which I'm sure colleagues can talk about as well.
So my follow-up question on that, which might be slightly even more awkward given your previous comment, is what contribution are we getting from the NHS? Because it's not just about education, the high needs block. There's a lot in there. How are we working with the NHS to recoup some of that and to get the level of buy-in that we feel is appropriate?
I'll come in there if I may. So, and it's alongside my colleague Alice, because that's how we work in children's, as you know. So we agree. And in any system where you're spending so many millions, you want to make sure you've got the best commissioning possible and that you've got real tenacious relationships with other providers, including our health partners. So we have, on a ground level, as the inspection outcome showed, great relationships of practitioner level. But what about the kind of strategic commissioning of effective send, disrupting the market through things like deco? So we have strengthened our team because we think that's a really sound investment, with a head of commissioning who has a background in education, but will continue some great work which we've started with our colleague Helen Mason in getting hold of funding for children. And often that's a child by child conversation as well as a systems conversation. So we're getting more money and more commitment, but there is more to do. And we think that head of commissioning is a really important post, and that's his brief. And we think that's a really, really sound investment. The right mood music from health partners, absolutely. Our Send, Inclusion and Partnership Board will enable us to continue to hold to account and be have mutual accountability in a kind of public space, if you like. More to do, but I think we've got the right conditions to do it.
Right, I think we've sort of to an end on children's services as such. So I've tried to somehow got to distill that into some recommendations, haven't I? I think, because I didn't do it at the end of sort of the overarching, that we need to recognise, I think what Robin called the sleepless nights scenarios. I think we need to recognise as a committee the challenging nature and the volatility of funding into this council, particularly with the national trajectory, which I totally agree. And I don't think any recent government of any colour has served us well on that. There's always a reason why the rural shires have been missed out. So I think we're all in agreement on that, I hope. Good, thank you. I think most of the sort of overarching stuff was just really understanding and information. I don't think we had any major recommendations on that we wanted to send forward. As far as children's services go, I think we should be recognising the impact of the £7 million saving on children in care, because that's about the transformation and the importance of keeping that work going. So rather than saying the budget is right or wrong on that, I think it's a marker saying we recognise the benefit of that. We want to see that to continue. As similar for the Mockingbird, and there was a comment there about wanting to have that sort of highlighted better. But again, our support on that. I think the biggest one, has been this latest discussion on the high needs block and our concerns, I think, about the risk to the council. I know a lot of the legislation, the decisions around it will be out of our control, but it's about making sure that we are able to respond appropriately whatever comes down the tube and hits us on this. Because the last thing I think any of us want is for this council to be deemed insolvent, because even if it's just an accounting value, that, you know, the full, which is why I asked the follow-up question about partners. So I think if people would agree with me, the recommendation, apart from having that continued focus and oversight on that budget, is about, you talked about the strengthening of the work with partners, but I think our recommendation would be to continue that work, because that is so important on the impact for us on that budget. Is there anything, Children's Services, that members of the committee think I've skipped over and should have included? Because we've obviously talked about a lot this morning.
Could we continue to monitor the effects and what family hubs and Pathfinder brings in, so that we can continually make sure that's evidenced in future savings, or is that just automatically done anyway, really?
I think that is something that goes on the work plan.
Right.
I'm trying to make sure that as far as the budget goes, because that obviously we've got to have a decision on that in the next few weeks. Is there anything on those budget lines that we have seen that we actively disagree with as a committee? Before I'll let you think about that for a moment, because Aidan wants to speak.
The specific issue that Alice picked up about page 35, clarification around savings around youth centres, I think it was, something like that. There's a specific clarification that we will pick up.
So,
yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Good. Okay, so was there anything else from the committee that you are? No. Okay. We've obviously had quite a full discussion on children's. It's 12:20. It's obvious that we will not meet our 1 o'clock meeting 3-hour deadline. So what I'm going to suggest is that we take perhaps a 20-minute break, because we're not going to get lunch. So you have a chance to at least get a bit of a refreshment. But following that, come back and go through the rest of the agenda and get the meeting done in one hit, which would mean members having to agree that we go beyond the 1 o'clock cut-off. I need a proposal and a seconder. Jane, Sarah, everyone in favour?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So
yeah,
give to everyone so far. If you don't need to be involved in adults or public health or any other bits that we've got on the agenda, I'm sure we've got a day job that needs attention. Otherwise, I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. Kept everybody. We're now going to move on to the adult services section. One thing that I will just mention briefly is during the break, we've had a few questions about the high needs block, not in to do with the budget, but more about general members' understanding of the implications of the high needs block. So George has been tasked with speaking to Hayley to organise an all-member briefing, so that so we can sort of delve into the real understanding of it, because I think the risk to the budget is so high, it's worthy that we have a proper look at it, but across the membership. And I know that Simon's agreed. Okay, so moving on to adults. Who's kicking off?
So I'll is that okay? Aidan, think yeah. So I mean, in terms of what we started to talk about in the first part, I guess the key bit is to say that in both adults and housing, we've got
established transformation plans. So those are in the main what are in our savings. So for the housing area, like Andrew in, just to give an overview of those are, but that programme has been up and running and delivering in year. So I think from a confidence point of view, we're reasonably confident that those savings can be delivered next year. And the great thing about having plans is, you know, you're able to measure, but you're also able to mitigate. And, you know, again, what we'll be trying to do in both programs is to keep on top of the performance. But where we see that dipping, try and make other bits of our transformation overachieve to offset. So it's good to have a plan, strong plans, strong teams, and strong oversight of the business and controls are what we've got in the directorate. So that's taken a while to build, and we're not as far in advance as the children's directorate, but we have made some great progress over the last few years. So there's a range of savings in there. There's a range of grants and income that, you know, doesn't add up to the total growth this year. So the whole quantum of income is insufficient. So we are drawing down additional growth from wider council budget this year. But we have modelled that growth, so we're quite confident that that will be sufficient. A lot of the stuff that we're doing is building on what we've done before. I'm really pleased in this next year that we've got savings that are coming from our work with health. So I mentioned that in previous years, some of our income, some of our budget, you know, was passed through, and a lot of that happened after COVID, and that was what happened. But that money has dried up, so we can't rely on that. What we can rely on is the partnership, and you know, our work to look at urgent emergency care that's up and running will deliver around £1 million of savings in next year. That's great because that was stuff that we couldn't do ourselves. We can't affect what comes into adult social care in other partners' space easily, but working together we can. So I think that's a really big positive in there. So in the main, I think, you know, they're achievable savings, tough but achievable, and we've got the growth that we needed. I'll invite Andrew in just to talk a little bit about the housing area, because I think that's a particular note, the progress that's been made over the last year, and those plans in next year. And then, if it's okay, Chair, we'll just take questions, is that okay as an introduction? Andrew.
Thank you, John. Andrew Billany, Corporate Director for Housing and Community Safety. Just wanted to pick out a headline point from the budget figures, because the base net budget for housing and community safety is 7.7 million, and that masks actually a larger degree of spend that goes on in our world, where if somebody needs to be housed for temporary accommodation, and that, I'll make up a number, and that costs £500 a week, but we can recover £400 of that through rent, our net budget cost is £100 a week. So it masks quite a larger amount of activity within housing, particularly homelessness, that we're involved in. I'm deliberately starting with that because that's, as you'll see from other parts of the country, often a conversation around this table would include housing as a major area of discussion through demand-led services tipping councils into severe difficulty. That's when you get it wrong with that gap between the cost of housing and the amount you can recover. So that's just setting the context within. We're doing well. This is the one bit of plug for the quality of what we do. We do well in that space in terms of maintaining a steady, well-managed approach to homelessness, which keeps us within budget, certainly this year. That 7.7 million is higher than it was 2 years ago, certainly, where that budget was under 5 million. And last year, as a part of the transformation programme that John's mentioned, was a decision to invest to save in simple terms, to invest in prevention stuff to prevent homelessness, secure better quality and better value temporary accommodation. So there's been an uplift of a budget last year, which has been part of the budget proposal this year is to bake that into the base. So we've got enough staffing and resource in place to make sure we're keeping that the higher cost, the non-pay costs, if you like, down to a minimum. And I'll give you two very brief examples that we're doing well on reducing the number of bed and breakfast placements that we have to do as part of our homelessness duty, and reduce that certainly from the peak of during the pandemic, where there was around 50 or 150 households in temporary accommodation in bed and breakfast. This week's figures, it's 70. So that at the cost of £20,000 per individual person in bed and breakfast per year, do the maths, that's just under £2 million worth of avoided cost through, and that's the difference. And if that had gone the other way, it would have been £2 million of pressure. So I'm going on too much detail, but that's the big news story around budget for housing. It's the volatility of that demand affects housing as much as it does children's services and adult services, and the investment. I'm happy and pleased that we've set a budget that recognises the need to maintain the intensity of that work, to avoid, obviously, to provide good solutions for people and families, and all the other things we've been discussing today. Housing is a key building block for that good life, or keeping people well able to live well. But it's just getting that investment point at the point where we do that, so do that cost effectively for the council and not tip over into difficulty. I wanted to get that out because that's the main news around our budget. The rest of our budget, given all the range of things that we do, I think it's fairly steady. Happy to answer questions about it, but I think the main volatile area is homelessness and housing demand.
It opens questions, really. I think.
Okay, so as I did with children, I'm going to ask any members of council that aren't on this committee that would like to ask us anything. Jill, as portfolio holder, you're very welcome to come to the table. Yeah. No pressure. Thank you. Okay. You indicated right at the start you had something, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Belinda Borden, Lyme Regis and Charmouth. So I had a chat with Aidan in the canteen. So it probably isn't a specific budget question, but it was more a kind of general feel for, does the budget process take account of kind of long-term trends in the sense of our increasingly ageing population? So Lyme Regis and Charmouth has 40% of our population are over 65. The highest group of people moving in are over 80. And in the meantime, our young people can't afford to live there. So they'll go and live in Seaton or Axminster, or if they're lucky, Bridport, if there's somewhere. But they can't afford to live in for all sorts of reasons. So does the budgeting process take account of that kind of risk? So we have fewer and fewer people of working age in a situation where we've got more and more older people, and to what extent does sort of the planning and the housing people talk to the budget process to kind of try and allow for that, or influence, for example, that we need more 1 and 2 bedroom places for people to downsize to, or for starter homes, or for young people starting out renting or buying. And I mean, it's probably, Aidan had sort of said, no, it's not that sophisticated, but is that a question in terms of looking at the trends both nationally and locally? Is that something maybe we should take to the Housing Members Board to have a look at? Because it feels like quite a worrying trend alongside the national picture of more funding going into urban areas. when more of the cost pressures that are increasing in terms of our aging population and our ability to look after younger people who are going to need to look after the older population. Does that make sense? Sorry, it's a bit long-winded and it's probably not. I think the simple answer is it's not taken account of that sophisticated. So
That's the question. I think that's why it's an excellent point. There's the sort of the strategy aspect. Just to clarify my point. So all you described is absolutely true. It is a real challenge for us. And I think the word you used was how do we influence, because we can't control. In terms of the budget setting, we're not so precise in our budget setting to map demand, saying this many houses are being built there, so therefore demand for adult social care is going to go up there. So that's my clarification on the precision of the budget setting. But in terms of growth in the number of houses, both in the council tax base, we try and take that into account. I think it's more pertinent, it's the policy influence piece. So if I can hand over to colleagues.
Go on, Andrew.
We're working out who's going to go first. I'm just that John will say something about the adult social care point. I think because limited for time, a large part of the work that we do with the housing team is around what we call housing enabling. So it's around working with planners, with housing associations, with developers, wherever it may be across the county, to make sure that the right houses are built in the right place, and we're making best use of the existing stock. So it's very much the bread and butter of what we're doing is to look at future need, existing need, and making sure there's enough for everybody. And that's not being over ambitious about that. It isn't just about dealing with people on the housing register. It's about how we getting our influence as a enabling authority. As Aidan's point, it's how we set policy, but also how we use our influence to make sure that our planning powers to make sure that happens in the best possible way. So future also is fit for purpose. Brief point I'll make. I mean, we do know there are significant shortages of availability in a number of areas, whether it's and I could go on because that breaks down quite specifically in each area and types. But that's very much what we look to do through our enabling function.
I think I'll bring Julia in actually on the adults.
Yes, no, thank you. And my response is going to be less about how we influence central government and more about how we use what we understand about our population in Dorset to influence how we set our own budget. Because if you look at our pressures on the budget this year, our pressure is predominantly because of the demand growth for older population into our services. So we absolutely, part of our request for funding for 25-26 is because of what we know about that growth in our older population. And so we are actually in the adult social care operational space in year 2 of a 3-year programme, which is specifically being designed to understand our populations better, to look at the responsibilities we have under the Care Act, because the Care Act is explicit in what it's referred to as Section 2, about preventing and delaying entry into care. So that prevention agenda is statutory within the adult social care world. It's not explicit about how you meet that statutory responsibility, but delaying entry into care is absolutely part of that. So our whole redesign in adult social care has been about how we improve that, and then how we make sure we have a workforce that sits in the right places, in the right communities. And what I would want to say here specifically is we can't do this in isolation. So a really key piece of work that's going on across the system is the integrated neighbourhood team activity, which and the bit that really excites me about that is it's looking at what individual neighbourhoods, and there's lots of work to be done about what's defined as a neighbourhood, but absolutely looking at the available demographic, public health data, etc., about those various communities. So across the NHS, across local authorities, in partnership with the community voluntary sector, we say this community has these priorities shaped by those communities. These are their challenges, these are their barriers to wellbeing under the Care Act or to good health outcomes. And how are we as a system over the next 2 or 3 years going to enable those communities to solve their own problems, because as statutory organisations we're organising ourselves in the best way possible to make that achievable. So that's for me, those partnership programmes we have going on are as important as the ones that the council leads on, because so much of the success or failure of us managing our older population, but also the health inequalities that exist for people with learning disabilities and people with we can't solve them in isolation as a local authority. So for me, that's why that investment in adult social care is absolutely critical.
Thank you. I think David wants to come in. Sorry, Simon.
Thanks, Clifford, Simon. Thanks, Clifford, Member for Finance. And just to add to what Julia said there, it is not just a local authority, and it's not just housing. So I think it's a holistic approach, and actually in an odd kind of way, what we've heard described are sort of the social care prevention approach, when actually when perhaps sometimes we need to look at what the community needs. The community will need jobs, it will need starter homes, it will need transport links. It's much bigger than just the area that the local authority covers, and I think it's well worth us at some stage having a deeper dive into some of our problem areas. I mean, Julia's previous local authority had the country's oldest district in it, where ages of people over 65 was over 60%. And so there's learning all over the country that we can find and start to work out what works there, will that work here? And I think it's a really good question to bring up.
It's really awkward, isn't it, at the moment, because what we're talking about is sort of straddling into the remit of place and resources. And need to be very mindful that we don't tread on their toes, because there'll probably end up being a similar discussion tomorrow. So if we can make sure that we somehow focus more on how can I put it, the needs of the people rather than the physical construction, because that's physical construction and planning policy is not our remit. And I know there is the overlap, but we just need to be a bit more mindful. Joe, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for long. It was just a point I wanted to make, that everything we do has to be evidence-based. We haven't got a bottomless pit of money, and everything we do has to be for a targeted either community, group of people. And that's where it comes down to really sort of basics, like what does Lyme Regis actually need, and having a good understanding of that before we go forward saying, yeah, we'll do this or the other. I want the evidence before we say, yes, we do.
Steve, before we come to the committee, because
okay, that's fine.
Belinda is not part of the committee, so I'm going to sort of go around that, but we are making a list. So I've got, I think it was Chris and Sally, and yeah, you're already on the list.
Oh, sorry.
Steve.
If I may, it's very, as you say, it's very difficult to separate people from places, because actually it's all about people.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Steve Robinson, portfolio host for adult social care. I will get it right one day. One of the models that everybody knows you. One of the models that we're looking at is something called naturally occurring retired communities. I think as an area, we need to stop looking at older people as the threat, as the challenge, as the problem. And we start to say, okay, how do we integrate whole community approaches, which is rather what Simon was saying earlier. So rather than assume that because somebody is 65 or 70, they are retired and therefore economically unuseful, it's worth looking at what are the economic needs of older people? How do they contribute? How do we contribute to the economy? And I think one of the weaknesses that we have as a council is that we don't take this whole approach, so that when we're looking at economic development, we've actually said, okay, what do older people want to buy with their money, and how do we provide those services? So there's a whole thing about naturally occurring retired communities that are modelled in, particularly in Canada, in New York State, some areas of Japan, that actually we have global areas that we can learn from, rather than just replicating what's worked in Manchester. I think there's also issues, just to finish off with, about looking at incentives to unretire in terms of economic development, which is about people, but it's actually probably more about the economy as well. But just to say, we need to take this whole approach, and I'd encourage the committee to look at those areas as well, rather than just assume that all old people need care.
And I think there's an added bit to that, isn't there? Because I'm fastly approaching that age bracket that you're mentioning, and I think careful. The whole of society, I think, is younger now anyway. So 20 years ago, someone over the age of 60 or 65 or whatever you want to call it would be seen as elderly, whereas now we're like in a second middle age or an extended middle age. And I think that needs to be recognised more with services. There will always be people that, you know, do have extra needs. And they may well have had a lifetime of requiring extra needs. I know I'm going to dig myself a big hole here. But what I'm trying to say is you must be careful not to pigeonhole people because of their age.
Indeed. And it's not just about housing, it's about communities. What services do we need? The oldest, the demographic that buys Lexuses are over 55. You know, and that's a huge part potentially of the economy. Of Mercedes-Benz are older demographics. So it's about living long and effectively dying quickly.
Yes. Right, that point I'm going to make very, very careful what to say.
Good point.
You wanted to come back?
No, it's okay. I think my follow-up question would be, how do we get involved in this as local representatives? But also, just to say, I think most of the local voluntary and community groups would completely collapse without people like us in the bracket that we're talking about. So
I could make political with a small p, because there's a real issue, isn't there, for people as they age with the change to the pension schemes. That they can't afford to retire. And it's the people that have been able to retire perhaps slightly earlier that are the ones that are putting a lot back into the community sector, because they have got the time and the affordability to be able to do that.
And the energy.
And the energy. So that's also, I think, it's not easy to quantify that, but it will have an impact as society goes forward. You look at all the, I've got an issue in my own ward where we've got a local hall that's, be careful in case they're listening in, whereas the management of that hall is starting to age out, and they're not getting the younger people in that are willing to take on that role. There was an advert out on Facebook, secretary and treasurer required, and they've had no comments at all on that, and I think that's so sad. So anyway, I'm digressing. I'm not doing my role as chairman, so I think, is there anyone else that's not on the committee? No. Okay, so we'll move on to the committee. I've got a little list here already. First one is Laura.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Laura Beddoe, West Purbeck Ward. I wanted to ask, and I'm not exactly sure who to ask, to be honest. It's probably, there's an element of Aidan and Councillor Clifford. There's an element of Andrew and Jill. It's about housing. I probably ought to declare an interest that I've just recently started working for a registered social landlord, so it's not financial interest, but it's a question around the additional monies from the second home premium. And last year in the budget, there was an amendment to put 40% into from the premium charge, the additional money, the doubling of the second home, into a separate, to be put aside, I think the wording was, for new affordable homes. And I think there was also a comment in the meeting that, that this administration would be council built homes. But I can't find that in the budget, and Aidan will understand that money and figures are not my strongest suit at all. So I did look, but I can't see where it's ring fenced, and I can't see a programme of work or if it's going somewhere else. And so there is a bit about council tax and the income, but it seemed to go centrally into the central pot to mitigate the budget deficit. So I just wondered if you could collectively, from your own areas of expertise, input into that. Thank you.
Thank you. So just a little bit of background for this. So this time last year, setting the budget, the government, there was outlined legislation about introducing 100% premium on second homes. And then the white paper went through, which means from the 1st of April this year, we will be able to charge an extra sort of double council tax on homes. So our estimate excuse me, for Dorset is that will generate about £8 million. That's our budget assumption, an extra £8 million next year. And that funding is sort of tied in with our income. And as the budget went through full council last year, there was an amendment. And the amendment was, I'll look it up precisely at the moment. I think it was along the lines of consideration to be given to.
Right.
So it didn't necessarily, wasn't tightly saying we should, or the incoming administration, didn't tie the hands, as it were.
Okay.
So consideration to be given to investment in additional housing. So I think I'll need to go back and double check those words just to make sure I'm not sort of misleading you. So when we've gone through the budget setting process this year, we've had our series of the service review meetings I referred to, the 12 meetings or so. We looked at investment in housing. There is additional investment in housing. What we haven't drawn out is the absolute proportion. I'm not sure. Are you able to look it up?
I think that was a reference to 40%.
40%.
Yeah.
And
I don't know what it is in money.
It'd be around about 3.2 million.
And so just as an example, like Andrew referenced earlier, there's a £1.5 million investment in housing officers. So whilst, again, they were referenced about building houses, there is significant investment into housing, and our capital program's got a significant, again, that will be available for the cabinet meeting. Again, details out some of the council activity around acquiring or building homes.
So what you haven't got is a line that says 3.2 million from second homes going here, but what you have got is at least that sort of amount of investment going into homes and the team.
That was the line I was looking for. So good. I'm glad I'm not going mad. And thank you for that. So essentially, what you're saying is, there is that additional money, and at the moment, around half of it is going into additional capital housing works. So did you say 1.5? 1.8. I think it's in there.
Yeah, that was it.
So around half of that additional money from the council tax premium is in the budget to go towards capital housing in whatever form, whether it's enabling officers or buying current property. Because I mean, what I'm not saying is why hasn't Dorset Council got its own housing company? Because I appreciate all of the challenges and whether that's viable or not.
I mean, I think it's important to make the distinction between capital and revenue. I think it'd be, as Sean said, there's greater than that amount in the capital programme. So I think it's not fair to say that's what would be here. We're talking about contribution to capital works rather than the revenue work on our staffing. But I don't know. I don't want to confuse.
All I want to know is where that extra money is going.
Yeah.
Is it going into the pot or is it going towards housing?
So there's going to be an extra 8 million raised through second homes. The budgets for housing, both capital and revenue, will have increased by at least 3.2 million.
Okay.
So I think we can confidently say that the commitment or the consideration be given to point has been met.
Okay, so it's going into housing but not to new homes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Sally.
Hi, Colin, Civil Bank. I was at a housing needs survey meeting last night. I first heard one of my parishes, where the rural enabler, Jackie Cuff, who you probably work with, was there. We identified the fact that there was the need for houses, and I don't find it needed to be housing that was affordable. But the biggest problem is there is no land. Is there anything in the budget to look at compulsory purchasing land from etc.? Because there's the needs being identified, but then it isn't actually.
I think we're straying again into the other committee. I think you need to ask that question tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know it's so hard because they are linked.
Fine.
Is there anything else you wanted to ask a question?
Chair, can I make a brief point next? And partly where we're linking the people to place point though is about having people like Jackie and Nadine making that connection, so we're understanding rural need, understanding the needs of parishes and areas. So we're matching that. So we're taking that. We'll take that into the other. It's Jill's point about data. we take that data and evidence
That's
into
right,
planning
yeah.
conversations.
Because you had a really
So
good
it
data
does join
set of all the things you had back from the survey, so that helps you.
people, data, interests, place
Yeah.
decisions.
Okay, Chris, you've been very patient.
Chris Kipax, Yetminster Ward. Yeah, patience probably helps because there are so many complexities here, aren't there? In the, when we're talking, and legitimately, in my view, moving from discussions about critical need through early intervention and prevention, and then the wider agenda, which you mentioned very helpfully, I think, about well-being, what we mean about well-being. So I'm trying to frame a question, though, that's about, can we show how effective our investment in early intervention and prevention is in relation to the reductions in meeting need which arises in critical circumstances. As we know, it is commonplace for that to be it's the norm, if you like. Those sudden change in circumstances, usually caused by health, by a change in health, critical change in health, that then presents at our door. Now, a link between that and what we're saying, rightly, I'm sure, or we're doing more preventatively and in terms of early intervention, is hard to, on the face of it, quite difficult to explain. But you have said that is what, that is our approach. You've reinforced that, and you've extended it, rightly, extended it to an earlier life stage, if you like, and engaged with other agencies, particularly health. But it's not exclusively health either. I'm rambling now, so I'll stop. But because it is complex, but can you show how we are making those links and whether they're being effectively, monitored? You can show the evidence that this is working.
Yeah, so if I start off and then just Mark and Julia come in, I think the short answer is yes, to a degree. So the areas that we've focused in on around hospital discharge, absolutely, that's a well understood, well established data set, so you can measure very, very well. People once in a service and their growing needs, their complexity of needs, less so. But I do think the data sets that exist with our public health colleagues and some of the DCR data sets will allow us to do that in future years. But very much at that kind of front door bit, we've done that for at hospital. And as you say, the extension into sort of early emergency help sort of space we've done. For working age, I think Mark probably will talk to that. But again, we're looking there as well. So it's quite a complicated data set, but we've got some really clever people now who can use it. So we're able to model, we're able to predict, we're able to define where we've made a saving to a better degree than we used to be able to. Not completely there. It's not science yet, but it's getting there.
Yeah, I think the one illustrative example that jumped to mind was our work with Care Dorset on their community reablement service. So they track, so when somebody's referred from hospital into Care Dorset for that service, they come with an assessment done by the hospital about the sort of care levels they need, and that gets verified by Care Dorset. Then they go through the reablement service, and at that point then they can assess what the ongoing long-term care requirement is for that person, or indeed if there is a care requirement. And so we get figures, for example, some of the latest ones around sort of 600 hours of weekly care delivery removed from those packages. Now, on the back of the reablement work and the returning people to independence, and if you put that into the numbers terms on our framework rates, we're talking £800,000 a year, something like that, on that sort of saving it turns into. So it's, it's not a perfect science, because of course we will know as well that I think when people are referred through the hospital, there will be likely a slightly inflated sense of what that care requirement is, because there's a cautiousness that goes with somebody leaving hospital. So you have to kind of work with those tolerances, if that makes sense. But we do have we're starting to get quite a reasonable data set about what those sorts of interventions do. And given that We then put a huge amount of additional support into people who are coming out of hospital through our recovery and community resilience contracts. We're starting to get those providers to make some of those assessments as well. And so again, we're seeing a building picture about what that is starting to hold in terms of demand for our resources. And then one of the savings you'll see in here is to then apply that model to people as they arrive at our front door. And this is very much kind of sort of Julie's bread and butter at the moment around so that we don't assess anybody until they've been through, that's our long-term intention, until they've been through a process of reablement. So actually we're assessing them and putting care and support in at their best, if that makes sense, rather than making the assessment of what they need long-term at their worst. If that, I think that's reasonable.
And so if I can expand on that a little bit, that particularly, we've had a really well-defined offer for people coming out of hospital, but in Dorset we have had a less well-defined offer for people who are in the community and require a short-term intervention or are wobbling in their ability to manage themselves, irrespective of their age, whether they're 18 to 64 or 65 able. And we had a company called Gleness came in and did a fantastic piece of diagnostic work for us. And there is a really robust national evidence base that if you get a good prevention intervention early through a community-based reablement offer, that you can support people not only to need a less of a package of care, but actually to need no care at all, because often the incidence that destabilises them is something that's transitional and doesn't need long-term support. So that's why the community-based reablement at our front door, very much invested in our future council model, is where we want to put a huge amount of our energy. But it's not the only place where we can evidence. So part of that is Dorset may not have evidence at the moment of that, but there's good national evidence, and we're building that portfolio of evidence for Dorset itself. We've also got a lot of or an increasing amount of evidence about the huge potential and the impact that assistive technology and other community or other enabling offers, digital offers, make to people's lives. And we've recently run a pilot where we've increased our occupational therapists in our front door. So people have, as part of their first conversations when they come to Dorset Council, a conversation with an occupational therapist. And since we've been running that pilot, we've reduced the number of people who then go through to the community teams by 65%, because we've been able to support people with a short piece of intervention, something like a piece of equipment that keeps them independent, and then they don't need to come through. So I think we've got that growing.
That leads me to a supplementary question, because one of the budget lines on page 59, the immediate care contract, you talk about redirecting the funding for reablement and occupational therapy. 247,000. Do you want to just expand on that?
Yeah, no, please? Absolutely. That's actually not related to what we're doing. That's a legacy contract that the council has with Dorset Community Health that was linked to a specific piece of legislation called the delayed discharge legislation, which stopped being viable about 10 years ago. And it is something that, for a variety of reasons, the council continued to pay a return to Dorset Community Health for a service that we are no longer able to evidence we are gaining benefit for, and it is not currently used to fund any ongoing reablement services. So our view is that that contract needs to terminate and won't have a detrimental impact on what we need to do with our plan.
Because having visited DCH last week and saw the discharge lounge and the work that they're doing there, I would highly recommend any member to learn a bit more about that, because that to me is partnership working at its best.
But it's not Dorset Community Hospital, it's Dorset Community Health, and they're unrelated. That it's not related to the lounge.
I'm saying the brain, I'm having trouble getting my head around all of the adult services.
But actually that is one of the areas of saving, which I feel very confident that it's appropriate for us, and I have issued notice on the contract.
Okay, so I'm going to move on now.
Can I come back? I haven't quite finished.
Because we need to really make sure we stick to the budget.
That's fine. So really helpful to get that detail. get into that level of detail. So can I just be assured that for next year's budget, there are any efficiencies, the efficiencies that have been proposed within adult services, not at the expense of any, early intervention, preventative work?
To see the investment in adult social care being very clearly in that early intervention prevention space. And one of the byproducts of that is it will enable the skilled workers in the operational part of the service to have the capacity to do the complex social work and occupational therapy work that will support those people who have ongoing needs to remain independent rather than continue. Because we had 5,000 contacts with people last year or already this year who already receive services but have had a change in need, and I need people to focus on maintaining their independence as well.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing more about this in future years, actually, with this focus, a recommendation possibly.
And I'm sure as our work plan goes forward, because we haven't touched on adult services, so we will various things. I'm going to move on now.
Come back to another question of it in a different time.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got just a few bits and pieces. Under 23.10, there were 20 projects, of which we've only spent 25% of the just under 6 million. And I just wondered whether, had we spent it all, whether we would be able to deliver more savings, or have we missed any opportunities by not spending out that amount, 24, 25, 20 projects, just under 6 million.
So it's capital programme.
Page 48.
Budget 5.9, spend commitments 1.5 variance. So this is the capital programme. So I mean, we're focusing a lot on revenue in this discussion, but for the last few years we have had a capital programme in adults, which is helping us to build some of those assets that are in the community, like purchasing homes, and those team allow us to support people in their communities. I think that particular line you're referring to is around our reablement centre programme. So this is a big capital programme, ring-fenced around 80 million, potentially 3 state-of-the-art new care homes.
Yeah.
One of which we're up and running on, which is City Gale House. So some of the expenditures for that, but our intention is to have 2 others. We're working on that at the moment. So I think we may not have spent it all this year, but looking at
we hope to spend it all this year.
It's a plan, isn't it? I think.
I just wonder whether if we have moved that forward more quickly and spent more, we would be saving more in revenue now.
I think lots of ways to come at this. So watch this space, I think I would say.
The other question on that is, have we got the assurance that the money that hasn't been spent is ring-fenced and carried forward to the next financial year so that the work can continue? Aidan.
So, good question. The point about John's absolutely right. So there's 6 million set aside. So typically for that 80 million, we were anticipating phase 1 would be starting, so that we'd spend some of the money, but I think we'd phase it over 3 years. So we weren't anticipating that the reablement centre would be open this year. So your question, has the slippage caused a delay in prevention or revenue savings? It hasn't for this year or for next year, but if the delay were to continue much further, then it would have an impact. This is really an exciting area of work, but we can only go at the pace of having the right venue. We were looking at the facility at the hospital, but there's also other opportunities. Could we buy a care as a going concern kind of approach as well? So the money is retained. We've reprofiled the budget. You'll find similar sort of figures in next year's capital programme. So money hasn't been lost, but because it's capital, we've merely moved it from one year into the next.
Okay. And on page 60, reviewing the funding source of the prevention contract with Dorset Integrated Prevention Service, what are we going to do to replace what's actually happening under that at the moment. So that's page 60. It's review funding source. The Dorset Integrated Prevention Services, a suite of contracts with the VCSC partners to provide.
So yes, the Dorset Integrated Prevention and Partnership Service (DIPS) is a set of 10 contracts that cover a whole range of things around responding to people in sort of early broad crisis in the community, volunteer support, and I think you contracts. And we think there is potential to look at our relationship through the Better Care Fund and about how we fund that.
Right.
There is the option referred to in there to potentially reduce some of that contract. Now we have to think about that very carefully for all the reasons we've talked about in relation to our wider strategy, but because we've got quite a big and broad strategy around the kind of prevention and demand management, our primary thing is to look at how we fund that when we're negotiating our Better Care Fund, but actually we also hold it in reserve potentially the option to reduce it, but we don't. That's not our preferred option.
Do you feel that we get enough support and money, more importantly, from the NHS? Because we really stray so much into that. Obviously, it's a no then, Aidan, is it? Because so much now is all about prevention and so on and so forth, and very much so in the family hub environment as well. But where is the NHS?
Focus of that conversation is the Better Care Fund. That's where all those funding sources come into one pot and we negotiate what we do with it. So that's that conversation, and we're due a new plan to start from next financial year. So it's in that context that we've put this in here.
Okay, and finally, with the amount of care agencies that we work with, do you think there is a high risk of any of them going under with this national insurance situation? I know we've got a bit put by, but we probably haven't got enough. I mean, what's your gut feeling on it?
So these guys will comment on the Dorset situation. Absolutely right. So the government has said that they'll fully fund Dorset Council. They haven't.
But they haven't.
And the care sector has got to absorb their own costs. We've identified that as a risk to us. We have set aside some funding as a contingency based on our best assessment of the market. And so that's a conversation we have with the sector. So we're trying to mitigate that risk in terms of the sense on the ground in Dorset.
I think so. When you talk about the range of care agencies, obviously the broad we're talking care homes and home care. And I mentioned at the beginning that we now have a huge amount of our purchasing through our framework. Obviously, we want to retain that. That's a huge value. But within that, there's of course a lot of variation. Bigger companies better able to kind of flex across their operation. Small operators who may well be more exposed to the challenge of the national insurance rise. We are looking at the moment about the resource we have in the budget settlement and what we can do to offer an uplift into the market. We will do again what we've done around focusing. We'll refer it. We'll do it with reference to the fair cost of care, even if we have to acknowledge that we're slipping slightly further away from meeting fair cost. So we'll be transparent about it. We will focus on our Dorset Care framework providers because that's where we have a relationship to invest in. And we'll look at the market segments where we know they are most exposed or at risk. And that's the same principle we've used previously. And then I think we then just have to, as commissioners, watch that unfold and keep the conversation open for providers to approach us when they're having difficulty. And at that point, that's the contingency, I think, that Aidan refers to. And we need to then just think very carefully about how we deploy that reactively. But I have already been to the Dorset Care Association conference, and I've already set out the figures that went to Cabinet initially about kind of what the budget settlement was looking like. Been incredible. I just want to be open and transparent with everybody that we don't have the resource to simply fix the problem. So it's a conversation that has started, and actually probably worth just putting on record thanks to the Dorset Care Association and their leadership around the support into that conversation, because they have made that a productive relationship.
Thank you. A couple of questions. First of all, around the introduction of charging for arrangement of self-funder home care. And I'm not going to ask about the amount because that's presumably you've done your research and evidence that, and that is set amount is correct. I suppose my question is, how are you going to promote this service? Because people will need to know that they can come through us, and I don't think they do. And so I want to understand how you're going to do that. You're going to have to invest in marketing a campaign so that people do know that they can come through the council, and that's a trusted service, which I think will be hugely beneficial to our residents and also enable you to further influence the market. But how will you get the message out? Besides using the councillors that are available to you, 82 of us, there are other means and ways, and I think it's going to be really important to ensure that all our residents are aware of that as a possibility.
But I think what we've managed to do over the last few years is kind of enhance our reach to the community. People know more about what we do. Our information, advice and guidance has improved. But I think it needs to go much further than that to promote this service. There is something about being ready to deliver the service. So there's quite a bit of work that goes into getting us into the right place in advance of that. But yeah, we will need to market. We do, obviously, I mean, Julie will, I'm sure, come in, but I mean, the contacts we have every year are substantial. So, you know, even just being able to reference that service to that group of people that approach our front door and through our partner agencies gives us a big field of potential customers. But you know, I think this is a new step. I think it's something that is of value in a market such as Dorset councils, where we've got such a big proportion of self-funders.
We have a very high proportion. It's around 70%.
Yeah.
70%.
In some services. But Julia, did you want to?
Yeah, no, if I can just come in briefly. So the ability to do this is set out in the Care Act. Care Act is clear. It's right to ask the local authority to commission their care on their behalf. And a number of local authorities already use this mechanism for charging people who fund their own care an annual fee for the privilege of the council doing that, because actually we can still secure fee rates that are more competitive for individuals than they can secure in their own right. So the principle is well established, and the figures you have in front of you are based on the basis of current demand rather than that future potential. And I think what we're wanting to do is establish the principle with our current demand that comes through. It comes through in a range of ways. It comes through in our hospital discharges, in our safeguarding referrals, comes through through other legal frameworks where we don't necessarily fund care, but we have responsibilities to assess people's needs. So we want to start this slowly with new clients that come to us naturally, and then look, Jane, at how we build the infrastructure to support it on a bigger term, because behind each of these would be a requirement that a social worker would assess, and therefore you also need to consider the assessment capacity. If we grow it too quickly, we may end up pressures elsewhere.
So the ambition is to gradually to increase, and therefore increase savings as well.
If I could just add, I mean, I think it has to be said, we are still recovering from some of the impacts of the pandemic in terms of our assessment functions and our review, and a lot of progress has been made in the last 12 months, but you know, we have to kind of balance some of that. Our staff are working incredibly hard. On top of is something we've got to manage.
Okay, thank you for that response. It's very helpful. I want to ask you about the check-in service, and I want to ask you about the risk that you'll be holding or is being held in that area. I obviously recognise the saving there, but what level of balance of risk are you holding within that? Because I know that there is always an appetite to hold some risk, but what are those levels of concerns and how are you going to manage that risk?
Yeah.
So whenever we introduce any initiative that involves an intervention with people, we always have a risk matrix that we look at. One of the things that we recognise is we actually have on our client base, we have a number of people where the only input we fund is a service that checks whether they are okay, as opposed to delivering care. And so what we need to do is analyse who those individuals are and what's the requirement. Some of the people we check because they don't want to engage with the local authority, but there are identified risks. We will always, on every individual client's basis, understand and have that risk balance. One of the initiatives that's described in that is a piece of work we're just initiating with the post office, for example.
Yes, you mentioned it here.
That's potentially for me a really exciting piece of work. It's a lone postie who has persuaded the post office to recognise that postmen are one of the most visible organised or community-based groups. They notice their patches, they see who is or is not available, who is or not moving about in their communities. And we're just entering into early conversations about a pilot in Dorset, and we're building into that safeguarding training, we're building into that race factors, so that we are building in layers of safety to make sure that if the postman or woman who does that intervenes in that, understands the risks and understands when to take those. So we haven't got all the details on that, but every bit of work we do, whether it's a trusted assessor model, we always look at the risks to the organisation, where our statutory responsibilities are, and how we enable others to undertake activity, but do it in a way that is reasonable and manages that effectively.
So you're not speaking with the VCS on that?
Oh, we would be, absolutely.
Because that's what mentioned in here.
Yeah, absolutely, that would be part of our conversation.
That would make the most sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. But appreciate that Royal Mail and perhaps on those types of things.
Jane, we're also hugely conscious as part of the Our Future Council work that large parts of Dorset Council and the NHS are all talking to the community voluntary sector at the same time about making assumptions about what they can and will do and how much they will do willingly. So that is a particular piece of work we need to also consider alongside the programme of work that's emerging around community partnerships and how we best develop our relationship with the community sector and set up the right structures to make sure that we commission and work with them effectively. But the community volunteer sector is an obvious place for that to work, and I've worked in other local authorities where those are roles where which are exactly played into those spaces.
I think there's a real issue there, isn't there, about using the VCS as the holy grail of how we can divest some of our cost, and it's about the capacity and the willingness of the VCS to be able to do that, and the willingness to do that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but it's also recognising that some people are more able to and get a better outcome from not having a statutory organisation or a service commissioned by a statutory organisation working with them. So when I think about some of the most vulnerable people I work with, for whom statutory services coming in interferes in their lives, in their views, rather than adding benefit, but the risk still exists, somebody from a third sector organisation might be a more acceptable intervention, whether it's a befriender, and there are some fabulous befriending schemes nationally where a private individual would develop a relationship of meeting someone on a regular basis and just checking in on them. That for a number of people is a much more accessible way of having that balance of risk monitored than me commissioning a provider to go in and knock on their door once a week to check if they're still okay.
Yeah, and
so it's that balance.
Although it says a lower value social care package, I absolutely had to red flag that, because for me they're really important, and there are
so lower value is the cost.
I know,
not value.
I know. It's just the language.
Yeah,
but
maybe we need to think about the language.
Yeah,
He's desperate to come in. Sorry.
I think to evidence the thinking that's behind some of what we've done, the line 2 lines up has VCS support for small levels of care delivery. So we've taken a view across all of those quite small packages that aren't a kind of a daily, they're clearly 1 or 2 visits potentially a week and so on, and looked, some of those are welfare checks. Could we look at a partner to do some of that? And some of them are actually small amounts of tasks for daily living, and actually are they the sorts of things that our VCS partners might actually be able to invest their time and effort to help us with. And we can support some of that, obviously, because if we're making savings, we've thought about how we can invest to make that. So I think we've done a little bit of balance to try and separate those 2 lines and think differently about it. So it's not all on the VCS to do it for us. So.
A final point, just around shared lives. So I'd like to understand really more about that, because obviously it was sort of in a stuck place, and you've identified this in here. I understand Care Dorset are taking over or have taken over. No, not yet. Okay. Perhaps you'd like to expand on that.
We were working with Care Dorset to look at a transfer of the service to Care Dorset. We've had some staffing shifts in the meantime, and we are now looking at restabilising the service and recruiting to the service internally, and then rethinking how we might work with a partner, and potentially a specialist partner in the shared lives kind of industry, as you like, to support us on the next steps for that. But the saving in here is still a commitment that shared lives is an incredibly valuable intervention, support arrangement for people, and we want to make more use of it, so that people get good independent lives, and then frankly we don't have to spend as much on care. So it's kind of it's both positive outcome and saving.
Number in here,
that is not based on the work that you were envisaging on doing with Care Dorset.
The mechanism by which it's managed is slightly separate to potentially, we're still committed to wanting to use shared lives more and therefore save money in other packages. The saving isn't taking resource out of shared lives, it's actually the impact shared lives has on helping us manage cost elsewhere.
If I could expand on that slightly, for people who don't know what shared lives is,
Please.
shared lives is the adult equivalent of the foster scheme for children. And one of the areas where we absolutely want to grow shared lives is for those young people aged 18 to 25 who are no longer eligible for foster care, but want to continue to live in the care setting that basically the family home that they have lived safely in, but recognising that actually we've got a broader cohort of people in Dorset who would benefit from living in a home environment than living in a care home setting or in accommodation on their own. It is an area to invest in, and it is an area that will provide not only better quality for individuals, but at a better value than us paying either for people to live on their own with higher levels of supervision, because that's what they would need in that context, or in residential care settings. So that's where our saving comes from.
Yeah. Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
I think that's another area for further discussion, because there's an awful lot that could be gained from it, and I certainly would like to know more. So yeah, that's the work I'm doing. Okay, Sally.
Mine was actually shared lives, so that's fine. That's absolutely fine. You're quite far more eloquent than mine. I do have this one about day opportunities and looking at that, which I think is the one that is above that. I'm trying to work out how I can't find it. So sort of really looking at how many premises we currently have that are run by Care Dorset, and how's that going to make?
So we currently have 13 operating day centres. Predominantly, they are quite large buildings for the numbers of people that we are commissioning to attend those services. So the model that has been in development for about 18 months, I think, under both administrations, was approved in Cabinet September, absolutely sets out that there are, we believe, and people tell us, there are better ways we could meet their need for support with the activities during the day. They want flexibility, they want choice, they want to be able to flex it during the week and all sorts of things. At the moment, it's quite a rigid, go to a place, receive the support. The buildings obviously will have over their life a maintenance requirement. They're quite large, they require managing. So again, we're playing through the contract for our colleagues in Care Dorset to manage space as much as to actually deliver support to individuals who are going there. And so again, and without wishing this to sound kind of Pollyanna-ish, again, we're thinking better outcomes will be achieved without spending so much money through this. Through the programme for day opportunities. And then there's opportunities to talk about. And that's a separate conversation as we go out to consultation shortly. But then the follow-up conversation, of course, is if these buildings, some of them will stay absolutely in the day opportunities world, but if some of them aren't there, then what can they do? Either for us from an asset management perspective or potentially for communities. They can enable other activity in areas that, again, helps us with our prevention agenda and so on. So there's some interesting conversations to follow, but the first conversation is about change. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up question on that? Because there's quite a large number of buildings and that's also quite a large number of local members. Yeah. Can I have an assurance that when you do start that piece of work, that local members are fully involved with the projects in their areas, because that sort of information in some areas is excuse me, is starting to slip. So we just want to put a marker down as local members. We all need to know what's going on in our patch.
You have that. Yes, definitely.
Especially when it's something closing.
I will be clear. I'll say something changing,
but people don't see that bit. They see the closing, they don't see the changing.
Or the contract being taken away.
Yeah. So it's quite important.
Come back.
Thank you. I just wanted to on the question. Could you please expand on the Working Age Accelerator improving the care offer section here? And the one
all seem to be in my part of the world. It's fine. So they're not actually. They're fine. They're all in all of our world. It's fine. So the Working Age Accelerator is based on the work we've already been doing. So I referred very briefly when I gave my short-ish introduction piece around things like the new service in Dorchester Road in Weymouth that is a kind of supported living scheme that helps people to resettle into the community as they move into adulthood and so on, for example. And it's very much in that space. We've got some so two interventions. One is actually just reviewing some placements where we know actually there's potential that we could work with people and get them a better outcome, move them into county and so on. The other part of it is working with the market around, we've got some supported living arrangements which are have built up over time. And we think if we look at that, we can do work with the people living there and with the provider to actually make that a more effective delivery. So that's both of those things are in that saving. So there's a mixture of commissioning and this kind of care.
And I think that there are a number of things we would recognise. All of you, I mean, we're all hugely aware, aren't we, of how quickly technology is advancing and changing. And a number of the people that we are working with currently in 65, when we first assessed them, those opportunities for have different interventions weren't available to them. And so what we want to do is re-examine whether or not there are tools that we can now use that enable people to be independent. So, for example, there is a video linked tool that you can very easily set up on someone's desktop, which enables them to have conversations immediately, video linked conversations immediately with anyone in their network that they choose to put on that. It doesn't require them to respond. It automatically connects with them. It has day, date, time prompts built into it. And if you've got someone who is nervous, anxious and needs reassurance, then that tool at relatively low cost to them and low cost to us provides a interface with the people who are important in their lives in terms of their families and their friends, that allows them contact and reduces social isolation. So it's some of the things we need to do there. We're also re-examining the quality of social work practice in this space and our and whether or not we are risk positive enough, whether we are working with families to look at positive risk taking rather than risk protection, which is what is often traditionally seen as a social work offer. So there's a lot that we can do, I think, differently around the use of technology and skills.
So these are reviews and therefore there are some assumptions in here. So is that figure that is in here, that's based on assumptions, and how comfortable are you that is achievable, because it's quite a high number?
It's based on assumptions, but also the experience of the previous year and year before that when we've been doing some of this work. So this is a continuation. So I don't have in front of me kind of how we arrived at it at the moment, but yes, we have worked that through and we're comfortable with that figure.
The principles of this work is the principles that we're building into birth to settled
I'm not
adults.
questioning the principles, I absolutely.
No, but I just wanted to reassure the committee that the principles, this is what we're building into the birth to settled adulthood programme of work. So when you talked earlier about the budget, there has actually been quite a lot of work looking at setting a phased budget, a year one budget for next year, which brings into a single place resources from adult social care and resources from children's social care, but recognises that potential work through that a young person's journey up to where they become settled in their care arrangements, and building in these principles of technology, supporting independence, value for money as part of that.
So a health part of any of those discussions?
In terms of the birth to settled adult?
No, in this element.
Yes,
they are.
Where, yes, for the individuals where a health intervention is relevant, and there are a number where there are, we are having conversations, and we're currently reviewing our agreements with health around joint funding policies and agreements.
Any questions? Okay. Sorry, my turn. Just got a couple. I'm going to go back to housing. I'm sorry that Jules had to leave. One is about elimination of B&B. Things to look for description. So we've talked about eliminating it, the B&B as temporary accommodation, and halving the cost on leased temporary accommodation. There's a number of around 120 people mentioned. I suppose I'll ask, what were last year's figures, and what is your certainty in achieving that?
Thank you. Just as a flag for something that we'll come to overview in March on the route to cabinet is a piece of work we're doing around new models of housing delivery. We're calling it, that's the headline, but it's around one of the strong drivers to that is to end use of bed and breakfast. So to get a number of different approaches, short, medium and long term approaches to housing. But the first priority, particularly as we're in here talking about budget, is to get out of the most expensive form of nightly paid accommodation, and that's short and bed and breakfast. So it could easily be something where we're getting a property which is paid by the day. That's why we call it nightly paid, rather than a long-term lease or an owned property. So I'll answer your question in a minute. But that's very much part of the plan of moving into the type that we need short-term accommodation for people when they're homeless on Friday. They come to us on Friday afternoon and they're homeless. Where do we put them at the moment? It's often in the bed and breakfast. So it's about getting a range of options, some leased, some owned, which is more cost effective. Now the figures I mentioned earlier, we're doing well in that reduction takes time, but say current numbers in bed and breakfast nightly paid accommodation is 70. As I say, it was 150 in 2021. about 110 last year. So it's coming down over time. So we think that plan's achievable. The plan that's coming to overview in only 6 weeks, 8 weeks time, we'll plot out why we think that's achievable. And as I say, it's reducing the cost on leased accommodation rather than necessarily reducing the number, because if we get cost effective temporary accommodation, because we'll always need some, that we see that as the best results. So it's not eradicating all forms of temporary accommodation. It's getting to the point of when we need it, but it's more cost effective. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm giving you a very long answer. But the bed and, as I said before, I mean, it's sometimes more, sometimes less, but the average cost of a bed and breakfast is £20,000 a year. It's poor value as a form of housing over any period of time. It's poor for the individuals. So there's a number of reasons why we're doing this, and it's dealing with. As I say, current progress is good, but we want to get to the stage in our next year's plan is getting out of it altogether. Did that? You had a range of questions there. Do you want?
I do. Linking on for that one, and then I'm going to change tack slightly. Is about voids.
Yeah.
In the report, you want to reduce the time to 28 days. What are the current stats? Where are we? Is it challenging enough?
The current stats are being worked on at the moment, as Councillor Somford knows, because that was a question that was asked at the last cabinet. So it's a report that we're having worked through, putting back to me, John and Jill as well, as about our current progress towards that 28-day target, because it's currently higher. I haven't got the exact figures in front of me now, but it's been running at average double that in terms of turnaround of time. From contractors getting the properties ready. Without saying too many hairs running today, there are sometimes reasons why it's a long period. Major works, needing quite considerable work to turn a property around sometimes. So we see that 28 days is an industry benchmark for an average turnaround of an empty property. It's a confident forecast for next year's budget is that we get that in place. Within weeks and months, get that back to where the performance is on track.
So the question is that target challenging enough?
I think it's a prudent target. It's looking to go to again industry average. You could say make it more challenging, but I think in our current the way we currently operate, I think that's challenging enough. Yes. We always look to do better.
Well, we would like to exceed targets. I mean,
yeah.
I think that's always our ambition, but it's a realistic one at this stage. Happy to sort of look at the detail and review it in committee.
One thing I'd say to the committee though as well, I mean, because we are certainly my team, and Gary Messenger, my colleague, was here earlier. We are housing professionals, and we recognise 1 week of a delay in letting an empty property is the equivalent of a new property not being available. It's all part of the same outcome of getting people housed. Is reducing that turnaround period. The work we're doing, I'm not being vague about it. The work we're doing is with our assets and property colleagues, making sure we're developing a system of contractors and an approach that fits our need as a housing provider. Because current performance is, and we'll recognise, is slower than the what I'm describing as the industry average.
I'm going to ask. I'm trying to find a discreet way of saying it, but given that you need to rely on other parts of this organisation to develop what you want to do you have any concerns over capacity to enable to deliver that?
That's what we're working on now. Is recognising the capacity. That's what I'd say. And I'm not being diplomatic. It's recognising the capacity and dealing with it with colleagues across asset and property.
I mean, I would say, Andrew and I have regular meetings with Jan. This is on our agenda. this, so we don't have active concerns, but we want to see it improve together with the organisation and to achieve that.
Could make one more point, Chair. I make one more point briefly, because I think it's the nature of temporary accommodation, and if we're doing our job well, which I suggest we are, there'll be a fairly rapid churn and turnover of people living in those properties. So if we have somebody who is homeless and they need settled accommodation, they may be there for a short period, but empty. Those void figures are higher than if you're a private landlord or a housing association. So just a little bit of a health warning with that, with me saying it's slower. Turnaround is.
Two people wanting to jump on the back of that, Robin and then Jane.
Well, I was just wondering whether trying to press down on the void length was realistic, because in some ways there are two elements to this, aren't there? There's one is when the previous occupant moves out, what's the state of the property, what needs to be done, how quickly can you bring in contractors to carry out a refurbishment and make it ready for reletting. And then there's the other side of the equation, which is how quickly can you realistically identify and find a new occupant if you give them choice-based letting, and you've got to run through a sequence. You have to advertise it, then you've got to identify somebody. Are they going to move in? How quickly can they move in? I mean, there's a kind of minimum below which you can't possibly reduce it, isn't there?
I mean, there are, just to avoid confusion, I think it sounds like we do need to we'll get this reflected in a give you some written response on it, because we're not talking about permanent lettings here. We're talking about temporary accommodation and bed and breakfast. So it's not the same as the choice-based letting system. So what I'd say, the answer to your question, that's why we're saying it's average turnaround. Because if a property's been lived in for a short period, is in good condition, there's no reason why it should take very long at all. Go and do a gas and electric check and a quick tidy up, and you should be letting it within a week. So I'm saying the average, but if it needs more refurbishment, clearly that will take longer. Without complicating the answer, that's an average for a reason. And getting somebody to move in to the properties at the moment, we've got a pretty reliable supply of people who are coming in, getting people out of bed and breakfast to those homes. We have people who are ready to move in, so that's not a challenge. It's getting the repairs done. It's our focus at the moment.
Is that because you don't have a regular check on the condition of a property which is currently in use?
It's not because of that. It's because when it's a simple practical fact. If somebody's moved out, then we do a check at the point and to do the repairs that are necessary, do the work that's necessary to get it ready for the new person moving in.
Jane, you had some questions.
Yeah, yes, so it's on the bottom line on the income from new units of temporary accommodation. Are those new units that you're bringing back in from being void? It's not new ones that you don't currently have in the system that aren't being used?
This is a proposal for because we have grants coming through all the time from.
So it's from those additional.
From you.
It doesn't include an uplift in what you might see from bringing the voids. Right. Would that not be? You not anticipate further up if you bring them online more quickly, then you get a further up.
It could. I suppose it's how we reflect that as a saving, as a contribution to the bottom line. Take the point. But that line is specifically around.
Those are that you put the grant for. Yeah.
Anticipating.
I just needed to be clear, quite clear.
It also seems fairly clear from what you've been saying about the importance of support services elsewhere within the council to enable you to deliver on your targets, because you're not the master of your own destiny if you're having to rely on someone else doing different elements of the work. So I think maybe can't say recommendation, but comment from this committee is about ensuring corporately, I am looking at you, Annie, is to make sure that those support services are fit for purpose to enable the front-facing guys to deliver on what they need to do to play their part in making sure that we do deliver on the balanced budget, but also protect us as we move forward, particularly what's coming down the tube.
Yeah. I think it's fair. I mean, it's great that there's a grant that's going to bring 11 new units in. Fantastic. But there's also vacant properties, which are not bringing in income, and they're and most importantly, they're not providing the temporary accommodation that's so much needed. Anyway,
can I just make one brief separate point? But it's about the budget issue. Something that's coming to cabinet next time in the whenever next 28th is the approach we take is quite nuanced and sophisticated, and the approach we were proposing to cabinet and to get a housing association to develop some to use some of the grants that the government are offering. So we do make I'd say commercially savvy decisions about what's going to get the best return for the council as well as the best result for residents. So if you keep an eye on that coming through to cabinet, because it's very much driven by what's going to be most cost effective, and that includes turning empty properties around quickly, getting new, sometimes doing our own, and developing partnerships. Perhaps we can explain that in the round, but take the points that are being made.
Very aware that we're all starting to get meeting fatigue. I was hoping that Sam Crowe would be here from Public Health, but I don't think he's managed to get here because he has been in other meetings. So I'm going to sort of direct my guns towards Aidan on my last question. Nicely, small. About the separation with BCP, because in the report we talk about the financial impact of separating that joint funding, as there is a £500,000 pressure as the savings that were anticipated to have been received to date. So, where do we go with that, and how do we ensure that moving on to a Dorset-centric service, that it washes its face?
Great. So I'll geared up to answer this. So first of all, apologies from Sam, who's at an integrated care system meeting representing us as they talk about the overall finances. So at the moment, we've got a joint public health team hosted by Dorset Council, shared between Dorset Council and BCP. April last year, 1st of April, BCP announced they wanted to separate. So we've been working on the separation. My role has been twofold. One is to oversee the separation from a resources perspective, because they're our Dorset Council's employees that are affected. We host the service. And the second part of my role has been to start to shape and design the new public health team for Dorset Council, given that Sam was compromised as the joint director of public health. So since then, just before Christmas, we had an interview process, and Sam has been appointed as Dorset Council's Director of Public Health and Prevention, which is really helpful. The funding mechanism, so previously, so public health funding comes from government, it's completely ring-fenced. We can only spend it on public health matters. We have traditionally pooled it, now it's going to be separated. The amount we anticipate for Dorset Council for next year is £15,433,000. So that's our public health grant. And as part of the budget build for next year for Dorset's own team, we've costed up sort of salary costs, ongoing service costs, and then parts of the grant that could be used to support other parts of Dorset Council as well. So we're currently at a stage where we're consulting the existing staff on the proposed structure. So that consultation finishes in about a week's time. And then after that, there's the sort of populating process. What we've designed for next, for the Dorset Council's team is within budget in terms of staffing. We've got a very clear staffing budget, and the contracts, the majority of which we're rolling forward from the previous public health system, are within that budget. What we've got, so next year, I'm confident that we'll be able to live within the grant. What we've got for this year, as this report mentions, is a modest overspend that's going to be picked up from the reserves, the public health earmarked reserves, which they've built up because they've underspent over previous years. So that's a one-off issue. But frankly, the uncoupling of the grant means that we are able to kind of live within our means, and that's what, because we've designed a new structure to do it. So I don't see that as a particular financial risk to us.
That's satisfying and helpful. I suppose the follow-up question is, you've talked about the split and the fact that we host the staff. What is there in the way of opportunity for 2P over to BCP for the staff to do that function with them, or how is that working?
Yeah, so this 2P does not apply. So we've had two sets of legal views, one from Dorset Council employment lawyers and one from BCP employment lawyers. So 2P would apply if we could clearly identify that particular staff did particular, even though they're in a joint team, they do particular work for only Dorset or 50% of their time for Dorset. But having analysed the activity that staff do, 2P doesn't apply. So which is unhelpful. It's unhelpful for us as kind of management to be able to move people around. It's also unhelpful for the staff because it's sort of unsettling. So what we've done, so we're working very closely with BCP on this and are using a 2P light approach. So that what that means is terms and conditions are protected. So terms and conditions you get in Dorset still get in BCP, but it does mean that we can't sort of tell people where they're going. So essentially at the moment we're consulting on two separate structures, one for BCP, one from Dorset Council, and are identifying the sense of roles and what and trying to make them attractive so that staff choose one or the other. So there will be a staff choosing process. So rather than us telling, it will be a staff choosing process. And that's what we're currently consulting on.
That very much reminds me of what Christchurch and East Dorset did with planning when they went into partnership all those years ago. It was a very, very similar situation where the staff chose where they wanted to go.
Yeah, and we've looked at criteria of, could we encourage based on home location or previous office location and all that. It's just, it's overly complicated. So we are working closely in a goodwill basis with staff. And we have on the February Cabinet paper, just on the February Cabinet agenda, we're sort of bringing that detail, follow the consultation and give a proper update then.
Thank you for that. My final question, sorry everybody, was about, again is on page 61, and that's the high cost placements.
61.
Yeah. Yeah, so sorry, Andrew, it is verging back into housing. And again, it was about reducing the cost of high cost placements for 55k saving. Yeah. And I'm getting meeting fatigue because we did already cover this, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, so forget that. I won't get you to do it all again.
I've got a 10-minute speech prepared.
It's had in my mind the equivalent of residential placements for children and thinking adult social care, residential placements, and some tired. Right. Okay, so any more questions We're almost there. So as regards this section and our comments through to Cabinet, I think there was a real feel about the importance of demonstrating the impact of early intervention versus critical need. Because I think everyone's sort of said that although we're on that journey, it's compared to children's services, it's less well developed. So it's about stressing the importance of continuing that journey and making those changes. I think there's also concern about the risk of the impact of national insurance because of where we are with the way services are structured. And the comment I made also about ensuring that the support services in the council do provide that supportive enabling role to allow the main, what I was called the front-facing directorates to actually deliver on what they need to deliver, because they can't do it without the background support. Is there anything that people think I have missed that want to see brought forward? Not just perhaps on this section, but on the whole agenda before I completely wrap up. What do you think about it, Aidan?
I'd like to put in that question about the housing, the second home premium. So we'll be more clear in our response to scrutiny about how that money's been earmarked.
Anything else? Last chance. If not, you've always got, you can always hijack place tomorrow.
Whilst they're thinking, under the saving on review funding source prevention contract, the explanation was there's an option which is either reduce the contract or use better care fund. And that's not in there, so I just wonder whether maybe a little tweak to the wording of that would be helpful.
Thank you.
And presumably the Better Care Fund is going to be open to the VCSE because a lot of the prevention work is actually done bottom-up approach.
Someone who's
there's a lot of commissioning of the VCSE.
Lovely, right? Yeah,
that we pull together in the Better Care Fund.
Yeah,
because we need them
already. There is
okay, right. So that is the end of the budget paper.
do you think we can applause?
I was just about to sort of think, oh yeah, we can close the meeting, but no, we haven't. We've got two more agenda items. So thank you all very much for the hours and hours we've put into scrutinising the budget. I hope it's been helpful. And good luck tomorrow. I'm now going to move on to agenda item 8, which is the scrutiny request from Robin. I understand that there's been some updates since the agenda was printed.
Well, I give you a little bit of background. It's very short, very brief. As mayor, I attended the lighting of the Christmas tree in Sherborne at Garden Centre, and I had a conversation with the Chief Operating Officer, Matt Smith, who explained to me there was some concern at the hospice about the withdrawal of 400,000 worth of funding for what called the fast track service, which is for those people who are expected to be in the last 12 weeks of life. And so I got engaged with the issue. Nick has been round to see the hospice. The MP's been to see the hospice. And things seem to be moving along in a way in which I think there was grave concern about what that impact might be. They produced a short paper which basically said we'd have to make 15 members of staff redundant. And it's coupled with all sorts of other things like the increase in national insurance contributions. They were looking at something like a £1.6 million deficit next year, next year. And in the Sherborne context, we've got experience where our local hospice was in Yeovil through a degree of kind of adverse circumstances, you might even say mismanagement, the hospice closed. So I was greatly concerned. We didn't want to get ourselves into a situation where there was such financial pressure on the hospice in Dorchester that might end up closing. Yesterday, George had information from the Weldmar that things had changed a bit. And I think probably the simplest thing I can do is actually read a brief email which came from Caroline Hamblett, the chief executive, to me yesterday afternoon. And to summarize it, she says, we have met with board members of the Integrated Care Board, and sadly there is no money available to fund our current provision for the fast track service, and this provision is moving to social care. We have therefore proposed a redesign of our existing services, and our hope is that we will be able to support all patients as we currently do, although with a more blended staff approach, whatever that means. A grant from the Integrated Care Board has been agreed for 2025-26, and this certainly will enable us to provide our existing services and give us some support for our new specialist hospice at home service. We should be able to send a joint letter next week, but I hope the above information is sufficient for tomorrow, i.e. today. My recommendation to colleagues here would be that we wait to see what letter actually turns up in the next week, and that once we've analysed that carefully, decide whether it might be helpful to put it on the agenda for our February meeting, because I don't think they're quite out of the wood yet, and I think we might, as a health scrutiny committee, might like to have another look at this.
I think it goes more than that.
Yeah, yes.
Because I'm looking at some very concerned faces opposite you that don't seem to be fully aware about what you're talking about. So before we make any decisions about anything else moving forward, I think the guys on this side of the room need to understand exactly what's going on, because it looks like a bit of a bolt out of the blue.
Yeah.
So can I suggest you have a conversation outside of us? If it is deemed that we need to have something more, is the committee happy that they come to George and I and Robin and say, sorry, and Jane, and we can make an executive decision about the next agenda just to put it on?
Yeah. It would be nice to think that actually the fact that sort of to poke our nose into this has actually brought the two sides together, at least to have a conversation about funding for the current year. But I think in the longer term, one needs to be mindful of what impact this might have on end of life care in the locality.
Sorry, I think we need to be really clear about the responsibility for funding that type of services, not social care. So, So I think, we'll absolutely have a conversation, but I'm surprised at the wording of that letter. Why we're reacting in the way that we are.
Yeah.
And it may be a mistake. Maybe the health commissioner is not aware of their responsibility in that space, but we need to look at it.
So we will leave it there with that outside discussion, and then if everyone is in agreement, then we'll slot something in. Can I then suggest that we move on to the work programme? I don't want to labour it too much because we're all done. But I will say that the February meeting, we've got the Safeguarding Children's Partnership, Birth to Settled Adulthood, Urgent and Emergency Care Transformation, as well as the dashboard. So already we've got quite a full agenda. April is the housing strategy and the cost of living support. So depending on timing, maybe, I don't know, but we will look and see and get it back as soon as possible if it's required.
Just to comment, Chair, I think the request from Birth to Settled Adulthood would not be at the next meeting, but a subsequent one.
The one on Birth to Settled Adulthood wasn't as a result of the conversation today. It's a review of the implementation of it since over the past few months.
So we've got all the details of both our forward plan and the cabinet forward plan. We deal with it as it is, and if there's anything that comes up in the meantime that you have seen that you think we might need to deal with, by all means do it outside of today, and we'll just try and keep things rolling. Okay, so
Chair, is there any possibility, if we have a long meeting, can we have a little table with the coffee on it or something? I mean, I'm sorry, but it's just, it would have helped.
our meetings never been this long.
Right.
This year. We are normally done by lunchtime. But today has been exceptional because it's the budget. Yeah. See if we can do any sort of arm twisting of various people. Yeah, if we can do.
You know, we got a long one. Yeah.
If not. Right. 2:35. End of. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Those of you